Good evening, everybody. Ready for a new day. And a bit of a milestone today. Day 7 of Deep Dip 2 launches. We're 1 week in. Soon, anyway, after this day. And another big milestone, in case I haven't missed any massive news, is that this is the first day when a new floor wasn't reached by anyone. Is it? Was floor 9 also? Floor 9 might have been also. But either way, the world record wasn't improved by a lot at all. So we are kind of seeing the pace slow down. And now it's more about improving consistency, improving your own personal best sort of pace towards the higher floors as well. Okay. Yeah, hello. Odin. Zoppa. Tuko. Red. Nils. Ale. Jollet. Not. Mutefly. Bum. Matt. 12F. Hi. Alright. So today's a bit of a different day as well. Where's the video game? Here it is. Because on Thursdays every month we are hosting mapping competitions, and this one was announced already 2 weeks ago. So our community has had 2 weeks to build maps for a competition, and we have 16 maps that have been built now. It's a very different style from Deep Dip. So if your only introduction to Trackmania is Deep Dip, then that can be an interesting way to look at something else. But of course, I understand that a lot of people want to see the top players climb here, which is completely fine. Do not worry, there will be some coverage, I would imagine, elsewhere around the time. So it's gonna be in about 3 hours. We're gonna play through the maps, and we will probably take about 2.5 hours doing that, and then we will continue with the Deep Dip. So that's the plan for today. Hello Beaks, Henry. Even the other players aren't improving that much. Still only 3 who have reached floor 9. That's true. I've understood that Virtual has been getting close though. I've understood that, Lars also doing pretty well overall. Simo, I think, also doing pretty well. So, there's things happening. One thing I heard about is that there's a new plugin update also. There we go. Now it's up to date. And here, I believe. Hold on. Oh, maybe it was only in the next update, but there, it's going to be like a way to also spectate people from this plugin, as I understand. That's fine. I have another plugin for it as well, but it, yeah, could be that it's not quite yet live. It's cool. There's also a donations tab. Maybe it was there before, but I didn't see it. $27,150 in the prize pool, and some pretty big donations as well. Rule 1 with the 10k donation, and yeah, some pretty great other donations as well. It's really cool to see. Let's get into the server though. Hazard is playing, and that's probably the #1 name to look out for. Yo, hashtag, thanks so much for the 2 full years. Good to have you here. I have alerts muted right now, but I very much appreciate you. Hi Mangashu. And everybody else, yep. People seem to be very afraid of floor 10. Yeah, there's a lot of like psychological sort of side to it as well. When you get to these higher floors, you will start like overthinking. You will start like thinking like, oh, this is my one chance to make progress, and then you think about it too much. You just, you know, it all goes wrong. That's common. But all things considered, like, our top players are doing pretty well in that sort of mental side. Hey Witness, Hege, Durfelde. Yeah, the honestly, even the last trick of floor 10, I have no idea what to do there. So I can't even imagine the final floors. Haven't taken a look at those just yet. Hazard, wow, good save. Good save. Only Elcon is, well, good on ice. It depends on how we define good on ice, because if you're a Trackmania World Tour player like Bren is, for example, you have to be good on ice, right? But Elcon is extremely good on ice, we could say. Elcon is masterful on ice. So... oh yeah, I should have probably added the deep stat website or the leaderboard website as a comment. Maybe we have a mod at some point who can do that. Who am I kidding? No, today's mapping competition day. We're gonna have a mod. There's no way. Ghost will be here. Hello Fated, Rainth, and everybody else. Ham. Thanks for the servercast. It's awesome to be able to follow the progress of folks who aren't currently streaming. Yeah, I don't know actually if Hazard is streaming at all, for example. No problem. Hazard has been kinda on and off. Sometimes live and sometimes not live. Oh, you can see turtled players. Oh, in the plugin. Hazard not live. Okay, that is probably good that we follow Hazard's journey. Elcon also on the server. A lot of stuff probably about to happen. Tally has been making good progress, trying to get to floor 7. Spam, getting towards floor 6. So, and Simo, of course, one of our, probably still one of our, like, top 6, top 7 players at least. Still on the server too. Hazard is still doing a lot of these strats, how they were first sort of figured out. It's kind of interesting. I feel like some players are changing some of their strategies and some people aren't. Floor 6. Hazard, pretty fast. Pretty good pace. Oh no, Bum. Yeah, Bum, you probably don't need to worry about the colors. I will tell you if someone's turtled, okay? Good morning, Note. Wanted to say I didn't finish my SP Villa mapping competition map due to scenery skill issue. Oh, it's very unfortunate. Would be cool to see the map still. If you can finish it, Hazard not rotating the car enough. Will fall down here though. That is unbelievably fortunate for Hazard. Truly a bit of a lucky landing. Hazard has had a couple, to be completely fair. We've seen a few fortunate saves, but also Hazard has done some extremely difficult saves, so it kind of balances out, I suppose. Boink, this looks better. It's always these early hours when players are sort of more on floor 5 and 6, and then towards the late night it's gonna be it's gonna be kind of difficult to get even one player past floor 6, but we still do see really good runs at those hours as well. It's more about like the collective consistency going down, where there's just fewer runs, but those few that still, you know, make it further, they will be really good. No problem, Fresh. Brent saved from the plastic with water under it. Tile on 8. Oh, I think I saw it actually, yeah. I very briefly was able to look at Brent's stream a little bit earlier. And yeah, didn't Brent manage to do the 360 as well? So currently, if we give Hazard a little bit of space here, on floor 10, you clear all these difficult quarterpipe jumps. On floor 9, you get to floor 10. Then you go all around these ice parts here. Go on the tubes, jump over, jump here, go here. And then you go around the tubes, go up here, and here. So I heard that Brent did get the 360. That could be, I don't know. Is that correct? Did the 360 and the next jump. Okay. So Brent has been able to clear the 360 that Hazard failed a few times. No? So Hazard's personal best on this jump. Didn't manage to land it, but Brent did the 360 twice. Got it. Okay, very impressive. So new world record is here, I suppose. And then fell on the slanted water. Okay, so this is where it ended. Yeah, so this is actually harder than it looks because it's not just plastic. Because here you get wet wheels. And when you get wet wheels and you get icy wheels, then you retain both of them as long as you stay on plastic or ice. So, oh, made past the slant. Okay. So, alright. So made past it here. I guess it's gonna be like a very tricky ice slide. And then the dirt gets the... Oh yeah, here. This one. I have no idea what this even is, honestly. Failed the jump from the dirt second time. Okay. Alright, so... Got to this block. If I'm understanding this correctly. Alright. So that is where the record then stands. Thank you. And then this landing looks already pretty hard. But then whatever's happening here... I don't... Yeah... This is floor 11. That much seems to be true, but whatever this is, I have no idea. Looks extremely bad. Well, Hazard on the ducks now, so... Let's see. It's kind of wild how these floor 7 parts are kind of becoming the comfort zone of the map right now. It's sort of like, oh, we're back to these simple times, you know? Everyone's just vibing, everyone's just chilling, and then we have these completely ridiculous parts on floor 10 already, and it's not even in the last 5 floors. We still have 6 floors to clear after that. In a week, floor 10 will be the comfort floor. We will see. Probably, yeah. slide the ice back and forth, gathering speed, and then jump to the plastic one. Sounds extremely hard. Icy wheels onto that kind of plastic landing? Yikes. Yeah, current progress is that Hazard PB'd on day 6. Hazard PB'd by 2 jumps, and then Bren PB'd by 4. So no, actually more. It's like 5 or maybe even 6, like 6 sort of stunts, let's say. Oh yeah, here we see Tally on the side, turtled, I guess. So that is the new plugin attribute that we can see the grayed out players. And it is indeed correct. Sorry Tally, I did not mean to get excited about the turtle incident, but we've seen that many times before. It's a very tough plastic bounce, but Elcon has made it through. I am curious if... Oh, Elcon! Should be able to say this. I am curious if... because we heard that Techie's floor, the floor 7 that's coming up pretty soon here, or Elcon, if everything goes right. Techie said that Techie's floor was like 5 out of 10 or so. And then we know that the final floor is somewhat close to 10 out of 10 in difficulty. I wonder where this floor 10 is. I wonder how difficult that is, because it looks already very hard. We might hear at some point, maybe not just yet. But it's probably up there as well. Hopefully it's up there, because... yeah... I haven't seen Virtual today, but I have heard that Virtual has made it towards floor 8, maybe towards even the end of floor 8. We can quickly, I suppose, Elcon doing these jumps, we can check the leaderboard. So Virtual currently at 880 meters, and that is still floor 8, but it's pretty deep into floor 8, so looking pretty good. Good morning, Pockets. My pleasure. What has floor 2 been rated? I don't know the... They haven't really revealed like a full list. But I'm gonna say that it's probably not very high. Elcon lining up for the whole jump now. Zooping in, and Elcon has figured out a really nice strat here. Elcon, instead of just smashing into the plastic, I'm not sure how others do this, maybe we'll see Hazard soon, but Elcon, instead of smashing into the plastic like people were doing before, Elcon is kind of slowing down to land more securely in the water and not overjump it, so the turtle possibility is much lower there, and seems to be working much better. Heard Techie say floor 10 is a 7 out of 10? Oh yeah? Wonder if that's gonna be like every floor after that. Elcon, tricky transitions, lands, and lands. Well done. Now a little bit of a... Well, I mean, you can get scammed by this plastic bounce, so... Elcon survives. Oh, there's some cool turtle setups on this map, Trunkly. Some that you wished weren't turtle setups. Can probably build a good turtle trial just out of Deep 2 mistakes. Elcon with the speed. Techie's cat over there, apparently. It's already been done, Twist, by Bren, so it has been completed in a real run too. It does seem to be like a, you know, the usual ice spin method where you kind of release the acceleration a tiny bit. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you wouldn't be, yeah, you shouldn't watch it Twist if so controlled. If you're a competitor, then yeah, probably don't go to Reddit for a few weeks, honestly. We will also not share any clips or anything that's done outside of full runs, for the reason that there might be some people that are currently participating in the competition watching this stream too, so we want to keep this like a safe area for those players. Elcon, final jump of floor 7. Slows down. Elcon has been grinding some long days as well. 10+ hour days. Now, zooping in, lands it. But Elcon, they're looking to get to floor 10. Final parts of floor 9 have been going a little bit wrong. I have to say also, Elcon hasn't really been lucky with the mistakes on floor 9, in the sense that a lot of like really close calls have kind of flipped the other way, where Elcon has like barely bounced off of like a water landing on floor 8, for example, and fallen all the way down. So in that sense, Elcon has had a pretty rough time on floor 9 so far, but also has been doing really good progress there still, so we'll see if this run has any potential here. I mean, of course it has. It's on floor 8. Not many people have made it there. Now to the beam. Oh, Elcon barely on the beam. Looks scary, but lands. Or the bobsleigh landing next. Looks clean. Turtles, this is savable. Well, okay, Elcon gets a free on turtle there. No problem at all. Would have been able to save it regardless. The bobsleigh is not long enough to give you icy wheels that would disable the turtling. So we've seen a lot of people survive that still. Was the current background music? I did transition from a YouTube playlist to a Spotify playlist by a guy called it's White Bat Music, I think. I have it on stream description as well. It's like a synthwave playlist. It's very nice, and it's copyright free, which is excellent for streaming. Elcon for the second turtle now, squeezing between these two blocks. Always scary. Waiting for the timing. Oh, a little dicey, but car's moving. Moving. And it's through. Now towards the platform and just timing the flip. Here he goes. Well done. Elcon always going for the back wheel strategy, and it seems to be working really well. I think Hazard and Bren have been doing... Actually, I'm not 100% about Bren, but Hazard has been always doing the front wheel landing, which looks similar, but a little bit different sort of line still. Oh, Elcon, no. Gets the landing. Oh, Bren is back wheel as well. Okay, gotcha. So it's actually Hazard who's doing it a little bit differently. I'm gonna say that, not to curse Hazard's entire session, oh, hold the thought, Elcon goes for the turtle setup, it works so well. Super controlled, this one. Like, it looks scary because he's landing upside down, but at the same time, like, working every time. The good luck from the cat. Now we're hoping to make the next jump. Pretty tight landing. Onto the reset. Looks pretty good from Elcon. And we're at about 900 meters. The final turtle. This is the one where Elcon has had some trouble. Needs to be careful. Needs to be accurate. Starts it off. Looking good. Over the beam. Nice and safe over these narrow parts, timing the right wheels to go over the platform. Now the second one. Oh, it's a little bit shaky, but Elcon keeps it up, keeps it going. And lands it. It's not as clean as we've seen Hazard do, for example, but Elcon does survive it. A little bit scary, scary lines, but now we're getting towards final jumps towards floor 9. Gets the landing. Oh, the landing is super close to the grass wall right there, but Elcon dodges it and lands. We should have an attempt here. Elcon's personal best floor. 900 meters in the air. Gonna be a floor by a Rioter. Strawberry cheesecake. Taking the speed from here, needs to land on the pole, then onto the ramp, and now jumping all the way through onto the turbo, and it works out. Remind me in a little bit, Melon. Elcon. Lining up, jumping, and a small wheel clip. Second one too. Now for the very straight line. I'm not sure if Elcon is happy with this. It's going a little bit to the right, but Elcon seems to correct it there on the fly. And it works out fine. Clean landing. It does seem that even a slight sort of angle towards right or left there can be pretty devastating. But Elcon, do the next section, and Elcon does this a little bit differently from the two other players that have been here, Bren and Hazard. Lining up onto the beam, getting the speed. Out to the quarter pipe. Towards the right side landing. And it lands. Lars has been here as well, oh yeah? So there's now 4 people who have made it to this floor. Good to know, thank you. Elcon does it the correct way. We have information from the mapper. Let's see if Elcon does this one the correct way though. Pole landing, nose the platform, and up we go. Very clean. Don't think there's many other ways to do this jump combination. One clears it. $1,000 meters. We are 12 meters from Elkon's personal best. And while the height might be a little bit deceiving sometimes, as you know, the floors kind of go up and down, Elkon's actual progression personal best is coming after this stunt as well. Lars got 3rd place this morning. Okay. Did Lars get to not 10 yet, I guess? To the plastic bones on this floor, maybe? Okay, so to the plastic bones, or... Lars made the same jump. Okay, so we are on the same tricky one. Elkon now on the move, taking the turbo onto the right, lands it, and gets the quarter pipe. And this is indeed what the players have struggled with. Getting speed around this hole, jumping on this quarter pipe into this one, and then all the way up here. And this one is not easy. The speed... The amount of speed required is kind of incredible. And the line, not easy either. Hazard and Bren have been failing this as well, even if they have gotten through it many times too, so... Virtual was here yesterday too? Oh, really? No, Virtual I think has a lower height though. Elkon going in, but not getting the landing. Will land to the pool below, so we'll get another chance. Very, very difficult setup. I'm pretty sure Virtual hasn't made floor 9. Hi-oh-ho! This is absolutely savable. You can get back to the final turtle. Oh, actually, yeah, there was this risky save. Oof, Elkon doesn't make it, no. Elkon goes for the risk. Doesn't pay off. Two ways to save that. Two ways to save that from what we've seen. One is that from this pool, you go down here, then you follow this way, go back to the reset turtle start. The other way that we did see that I actually momentarily kind of forgot about is that you would go from here onto the beam, and you would drop down onto this beam, and you can drive all the way over to this part, skipping the turtle. So there can be, you know, some other routes maybe as well. Some slight variations of this, but Elkon trying to skip the turtle will not be able to do so. That is very unfortunate. Very unfortunate for Elkon. Hazard towards the tricky one. I'm curious if Hazard is going for the same slowdown strategy that Elkon is now doing, where you don't just full speed slam yourself into the ceiling here, but you slow down. No, Hazard's still going for the slam, and we can see the scary part of that. We can see that when you do the wall hit, it pushes you outside of the water, and when you're outside of the water, if you turtle, there's no saving that. So I don't know, I feel like Elkon's strategy seems pretty controlled compared to this one, but Hazard surviving it still. Is the landing going to work? It seems to be a bit off, and probably time for the recovery. Lands it nicely though, and we'll get to try floor 6 again. Thank you, Pocket, for the 100. Appreciate it a lot. Can't you air brake to not land turtle? That's the thing. Water, when you go through the water pool, because this is kind of like a weird sort of glitch, we could say, where even though you can see it from here, there is water on the hole as well. So you have to jump through water, and the way that water works in this game, it disables air braking and pretty much like all air control for a few seconds. So as you go through the water, air braking is disabled. So you're kind of on the mercy of whatever this plastic bounce will do, and that's the problem there. What is the rest of the pinned message? So, today in 2 hours and 15 minutes, we do these monthly mapping contests on Thursdays, and this one was already announced 2 weeks ago, before I knew I would be grinding the cast for the deep dip. So we've given mappers in our community 2 weeks to build some incredible maps. There's been 16 maps submitted, which is quite a lot. And we're going to spend about 2 hours or so going through those maps and judging them and deciding the winners. So we take a little bit of a break from Deep Dip today. But not to worry, because I understand that a lot of people are here entirely for Deep Dip. There is probably going to be some other coverage as well. I wonder if Valen is not online yet, I guess, but maybe will be. At that point, Hazard doesn't get the hole. But lands here, is it? Hold on, this is scary. Okay, Hazard manages to recover it. Was in the list, but it's the disconnect icon, yeah? Here, this one. So it has been, but not right now. Hopefully there will be someone. I think there have been, around these times, there have been multiple people kind of watching these players. Hazard not online right now, so we can indeed check with Elcon right now. Hazard should be able to save that. Elcon making the way towards floor 7 now. Maji streaming? Yeah, maybe Maji will follow Hazard at that point then. Or maybe Hazard will also start streaming. Yeah, it's, you know, gonna be 2 hours away or so, so there's some time for people to... But anyone can submit maps, but now the deadline is over. But we do these pretty often, these mapping competitions, so for the future ones you can definitely build. Just joining, what have I missed today? A little bit of progress from Bren, managing to clear the 360 on floor 10, but not getting much further than that. Elcon just got to floor 9, but couldn't quite do a personal best run. Hello, Batum. Hazard has fallen, by the way. Hazard not able to do the save, it seems, so go back a little bit further. Elcon, good save, great save. Elcon still on the quarter pipes, the tricky quarter pipes of floor 9. Next mapping going to get 200 maps. The most we've ever had is something around 30-ish when we had the Minitech theme. That was already pretty difficult to manage. Elcon, look at this strategy. Slowing down, jumping to the side, and lands safely into the water every time. And when you compare that to like Hazard's attempt here, it looks just better at this point. It just looks more controlled. Maybe there's a little bit of a downside there, but has been actually doing this really well. But the same thing as Hazard. Elcon fails the landing. Oh god, Elcon, you cannot be this unlucky with the bounces. I feel like Elcon is honestly just getting unlucky. I've been watching a lot of Elcon on this map. I feel like Elcon is just honestly less lucky than other players. It's kind of ridiculous. Like, these mistakes happen to everyone. But Elcon is seeming to be the only one who, like, almost never gets to recover from them. That just seems to be the case. Well, in terms of like that, like Elcon's risk doesn't really have much to do with it. Because Elcon, you know, did that the same way as everyone else, failed it the same way as everyone else, but just the bounces, you know, the plastic bounces, they just do what they want to do, right? And you just fall down there and you can't do anything. There's nothing that you can really do in that situation. So I don't think Elcon's risk really on these higher floors affects it much, because of course, yeah, Elcon kind of speedrunning the first few floors. But when Elcon gets to floor 8, floor 9, you can see the patience, you can see the lineups, the setups are very, very careful. So there is a patient Elcon as well, but it only happens on the sections where Elcon is not confident in. And I mean, most of these mistakes don't happen because of rushing at this point, from what I've seen from Elcon. So hope the next run goes through. Consistency stats would be really interesting. You know? I'm not sure if there's a way to track those. Oh, it was only 20 in the Minitech one? Theme for the mapping competition this time is mixed sausage maps. Sausage blocks are the weird rounded blocks. Let me see if I can find one. There's at least one on floor 9. I remember there's one sausage block on floor 9. Here, this is a sausage block. It's kind of this kind of a shape. So we'll see what people have been cooking. You did, Xerax? You think we're gonna see floor 12 today? No, absolutely not. Floor 11? Maybe. Floor 12? Unless floor 11 is kind of like some kind of a joke. No. I would be extremely surprised. It's on Discord, Xerax. But the deadline has already been reached, unfortunately. Yeah, 11? Definitely doable. Hazard might have some idea of how to do the ice spin now, because Bren has been doing it successfully earlier today, so Hazard has a little bit more information on what to do there. So, if we can get Hazard to get back there again, or another option is that Elcon clears floor 9, Elcon is very close to clearing floor 9, and then Elcon, you know, as an ice master, somehow just one-shots everything on floor 10. That's possible as well, but might be less likely than Hazard getting through that. 11 is Side Lord. It's definitely going to be a joke, but not in the way meaning easy. Oh god. Side Lord meant to be a khaki enjoyer. Khaki, a competition in this game where players build wonky maps that are sometimes evil. Hazard is still going for the nose bounce setup. It does seem less consistent than the side bounce, honestly, in terms of getting the bounce. But what do I know? I mean, both seem to work, and I've seen the side bounce fail as well. I guess the distance is easier to get right with the nose bounce, but with the side flip, I think you can get the actual plastic bounce more likely. So a bit of a trade-off, I suppose. Oh, the bush is a bit in the way, but Hazard makes it. Side Lord, Viru, Kubas, there's a lot of stuff coming up still that could be pretty scary. Sparkling, also a khaki mapper, by the way. Where does the name khaki come from? Originally the competition is called Khakiest Khaki, and I think it's kind of like a joke name. Kind of like crappy maps, you know? But these days, khaki maps are like an art form. They are actual madness. I'm also a khaki mapper, by the way. I've been building for every season in this game. And we will build again when it comes at the end of the year. Oh, Hazard almost turtling. Oh god. Yeah, Korch, we can check with Korch here actually, because Korch is going to go for this strategy of ice sliding through the turbo. There's this interesting difference in strategy. I wonder if Hazard knows this. Was it Carl Jr. who found this? I've seen Tally and Korch both using this so far, and it seems very good. So okay, in chat we have confirmation that Hazard does know the strategy, but also we have seen Elcon go still for the early strat, the normal one, and the thing is that Elcon almost never fails it. Elcon almost always gets it perfect, and it's faster, you know? So if you feel like you're going to be confident, you're going to be consistent with that strategy, you can, you know, maybe save a little bit of time by doing the old strat still. It was Korch discovering it and Carl Jr. claiming it was his. Okay. Sensing a little bit of drama here. On floor 5. Tension. Korch has been doing really well, by the way. Speaking of, PB at 812, not 12, I can't read numbers at all. 815 meters, which is close to floor 8, not quite on floor 8, but good progress. Getting more and more consistent on these earlier tricks. Korch, saveable, turtle, Korch. Towards the pole, times the unflip, right there, and manages. No problem at all. Never doubt these trial players, they're just fine. Hazard, joining the party. Now for the double plastic bones. Double survival. Oh, Korch. By making this jump, Hazard will keep going. How do you feel if the add-on would show if a player is near his PB or on a PB run currently? That would be kind of cool as well, actually. That's a cool idea. But it's kind of difficult because the height doesn't necessarily mean personal best. Like, in terms of progression, anyway. Finish line is at 2,000 meters, I believe, yes. Oh, PB goes gold when near PB. Oh, so this is already... Is this already it? The, like... Or is it just because I'm spectating Korch that it's, like, has the outline? I guess. It's cool, though. But it's one really good thing. Zertrov. Huge, by the way, can we get some appreciation for Zertrov, who has been making this Deeps Plus plugin? We have a new update that shows the player's personal best now. Too, it's all these updates, like daily updates to the plugin to make it better and better. It's been really, really great. And like one of the greatest things is this left side bar, right? This would be absolutely unwatchable with like 30 people on the server if we didn't see this collective sort of leaderboard here. Wouldn't be doable. Hazard. We just catch the fall down to floor 6, but into the pool. So this is savable to the end of... actually, maybe not to the end of floor 5, but we'll be able to retry floor 5 at least. Suppose we tune in back to Porsche. In fact, oh, what? Okay, clean landing. In fact, I think one of the biggest misjudgments by the community in recent history was when Zertrov's Editor++ plugin did not win first place in Trackmania Awards as a creative project. Absolute travesty. And I have huge appreciation for anyone who runs any kind of a project in this game. Everyone is doing an awesome job. I don't remember who won, but I'm just saying Editor++ is a plugin for mappers that has completely transformed how maps can be built. It is the single best thing to happen to mapping in a very long time. So, you know, game based on mapping, I feel like it's a pretty big deal. It's probably because, yeah, like as a player here, you will not see it, right? But I can promise you that some of the properties of Editor++ that allows you to like fine-tune block placement, oh Corch, no speed. Fine-tune block placement, oh, good landing. We'll continue from floor 5 again. Allows you to do some things very efficiently, just like overall improves the mapping experience so much. I promise you that it's been used on this map as well. For sure. Yeah, it was like top 4 or something in the vote. I don't understand. But you know. We have a little bit of mapper bias on the stream, I suppose, as well. Oh, if you can make the leaderboard or the stats website comment. That one, the deep stats. Or red. Hello. Elcon, back towards floor 7. Keeping the climb. Back to the ducks. We don't even really need to worry about these jumps anymore. It seems to be completely fine right now. No issues. The one scary thing here, I think, is this jump though. The wet plastic. Still need to respect it. And Elcon taking it slow, lining it up. Jumping in, jumping down, and get through it. Back to the sponge. Lore 7. Techie is the mapper. Techie you might know from Khaki achievements. Has won a Khaki season as well. Has built some Khaki maps and has also built this floor. Jumping to the water now. Just do leaderboard. Or like LB even. You can do like 3 different comments, honestly. Stats, LB, leaderboard, do all that. Now again for the slowdown strat. Oh, Elcon. Will survive. Not going quite far enough on the side, but it's about time Elcon gets a little bit lucky. Does the order of ice to water versus water to ice matter for driving behavior? Yes. You need to get water first and then ice if you want to get wet icy wheels. Otherwise you only have wet wheels. Elcon, this might be a little bit off again. Hopefully the recovery this time looks better. We'll drop down back to the quarter pipe. Get the setup again. At the very least, Elcon this time doesn't fall down. So, if you have icy wheels and you go to water, then it gets replaced with wet wheels. But if you have wet wheels and you go to ice, then it keeps both wet and icy wheels. Don't question it too much, it's just how it works. Probably not intended behavior, but the game is just full spaghetti. I will, one thing is still bothering me. Yesterday I remember you saying you don't drink beer. What kind of a Finn are you? Look, don't say it so loud, okay? I might lose my citizenship. Not make a big deal out of this. They still haven't found out. I don't even really drink coffee. I don't mind beer though. It's just that I drink it very rarely. You at least love the sauna? I enjoy it. I'm not like obsessed about it. No, some beers are legit good. I just don't, you know... look, it's... It just doesn't feel that worth to drink like that often. Course back to floor 6 now. Hey, I've been to the Estonia, the beer ferry stuff multiple times in my life, alright? So it's like, you know, I'm not that big of an anomaly. Even my accent isn't so Finnish. Where am I actually from? Maybe the big reveal eventually is that I'm actually like Swedish. Maybe I don't even know it. I'm French? Not sure about that. I've forgotten everything in French. The only thing I can still say is je ne parle pas français. Push to the ducks here. And we go into the pool. surviving. Alcon has left the server. What happened there? Didn't make the recovery, maybe? Course on a pretty nice attempt here. Could potentially get to floor 8 and PB. Game restart, gotcha. Now the backward speed slides. Swooping in, but no! Is this savable at all? The turbo doesn't push Corch over the edge, but what are you going to do here? 2 wheels off the edge. This is not very easy to save. Corch trying to come up with a plan. Might be just dropping down to the left, honestly. Let's see. Maybe trying the beam here. Oh. Trying to get some speed. We'll try to get up, it seems. Trying to... Oh, try... Not go into the turbo again, surely. Oh, this is... Oh, a little bit rough. Will it land anywhere? No. Plastic. Pretty slippery surface. Not quite going to work. But Corch getting to floor 7 more and more. So, it's still looking pretty promising. Spam over here. Current personal best at 718 meters. That's just about the beginning of floor 7. Has been also putting in some time for sure. Not quite reaching new heights just yet today. What is my PB? Oh, spam. It's probably savable. Just go towards the wall. Yeah. My personal best is 34 meters. You get it by starting the map. That's where the start line is. I haven't left the start block. Hazard did leave the server, I believe. No, wait, Hazard is still here. Actually, no, wait. Hazard just hidden behind the others, so... And now goes back to the start. Just in the beginning of the map, I suppose. Mada also playing, by the way. Haven't really seen much of Mada recently. Not sure where the PB is. 672 meters. That's not too bad. That is not quite on floor 7, but that is on floor 6. So we often talk about Mada as someone who can get the consistency once the learning catches up to others. So if Mada is able to give this a little bit more time and figures out how exactly to do those floors 6, 7 and 8 consistently, then Mada could be also a pretty scary player for the top battle here, but not there yet, for sure. They're looking to get to the tricky floors right now. 7, 8, 9, and now 10 have been pretty difficult for others. seems to be getting these early parts pretty well at this point already, so seems like the learning is getting there for sure. Starting to get pretty good pace as well. Water pipe jump here. Is it going to land? Looks a bit short to me. It will be a restart for Mada. Maybe back to floor 1. Oh, lucky bounce there from the tube. We'll be able to potentially continue. Wow, you can do this from here? You can just go from here? Okay, interesting. Interesting. Alright. Haven't seen many floor 1 strats. Honestly, you know, floor 1 already it's something that kind of ends the casual player's run, right? This looks a bit slow. Spam barely making it. You know, if you try this yourself, floor 1 will already be fairly difficult. But for these players, it kind of looks like, you know, they just sort of do like some kind of strategies there now, like, oh, I failed this one, it's okay, I'll just recover by doing this, and they just kind of get through it without even really like doing the strats that we've seen on like day 1. Just kind of doing something similar to it, and it just looks so casual at this point, but it's not easy. It's not as easy as it seems. Ostran. Good thinking there, going to the left after that small mistake in lining up. This should be recoverable. You can get like a sudden boost here as you back against the pole. How much does it cost to play the map? Actually an interesting question, because Trackmania you can get access to for $20 or euros a year. So that's the subscription to this one. But here's the question, are you gonna finish this map in a year? Maybe the map will cost more, like 40, 60, 80, 100. It's a good question actually. Well, don't name it turtling. Ooh. Don't give them emotes normal names, okay? That people will write in chat messages and accidentally put in emotes. That's how it's called, but you should put an alias. It's a good emote though. Spam, not the right line. Will not get the speed. Might land to floor 5 here. Floor 4 it is, I guess. Unturtle possible? No. Very unlucky. Deep Dip 5 will be out before you finish this. Back on the grind, course. Oh, that's an unlucky bounce. We're gonna be in a little bit of darkness here, but okay, Corch saves it. Zooping in. Oh, barely doesn't make the landing. Oh, the bounce is gonna save this. Not quite. Kind of in a position now where we have a lot of really promising players on the server, but everyone's trying to get those early floors together again. Hazard. Floor 2. Elkhorn. A little bit further. Floor 3 right now. been getting towards the higher floors pretty well today. It's the unluckiest bounce you witnessed in this event. I don't know if I really remember all of the bounces, but I feel like there was the landing from Bren, one of the first attempts from Bren, trying to land on the final pole on floor 9, and the car was already starting to kind of turn the right way, but somehow still turned upside down to the other way. I have no idea. That was a pretty massive scam. That comes to mind. And yeah, like Elcon, we could do like a, you know, probably 5 different cases of Elcon bouncing somewhere. I suppose it's not really a bounce, the Bren one, but... Yeah, it was the plastic beams on floor 9 that ended up somehow unturling Bren. Very unlucky. But we've made it past that multiple times now. Would you show Mada a little bit? We can. Elcon, I think, starting to get those runs towards these new sections. So Mada hasn't reached. Hasn't reached floor 7 yet. Thanks, Oho. That probably works. There's a new wall record. Almada going for the side flip. Barely enough. So Bren has gotten 2 jumps further than Hazard did last night. Timo joining back in as well. A lot of our top 5 players are playing right now. Bren, of course, has a little bit of a different schedule. Someone residing in Australia. Mada also residing in Australia, but still playing at this point. Cool to see. I haven't caught much of Mada's gameplay yet. Goes into the bobsleigh, lands it. Mada still going for the weak lineup here. Yes, we've seen the slower strategy, and it seems to be fairly good for a lot of players that are using it. Carl Jr. apparently. Haven't seen Carl do it, but Korch was apparently the one to find it. And it has been working for Korch really well. Mada looks like a good line. You getting this? And also, Tally has been doing it. And yeah, I heard Bren also has started doing it. The thing is that even if it takes like a little bit longer to set up, you might still be faster doing it just because you can get it first try. So you might have to retry the fast strat like 2 or 3 times, and at that point it's already slower to do that. Hazard is still on the server, on floor 4 right now. Easier can sometimes be faster. Mada, maybe a little bit misaligned there. Will not make that section. Back down we go. Floor gang. Timo 859 meters personal best. It is very solid. I'm really waiting for Simo to get those floor 8 attempts in though. Really curious about how those are gonna go. We have Elcon here. Once more to these higher floors. 1/3 through the tower right now. Very, very consistent on this bounce. Try one run yourself when Elcon falls. That's the thing. Elcon is gonna finish the map right now. Trust. It's gonna happen. One-shotting every floor that we haven't seen. I'm probably gonna try to do the first few floors after the competition, but I'll kinda focus on our top players until we have those prizes sorted out. Hazard slowly but surely getting a run back together. Floor 5 right now. Everyone else kind of in these, what we consider as low floors right now. To the duck jump. Good speed. The line looks solid. There we go. Now through the wet wheel plastic. Very good. Maybe Elcon's consistency on the water parts at this point. Maybe it's because of the Joel fish on the car skin. Could be a little bit of a skill boost. Could add some turtles in there as well, just to try it out. Gets the STs. To the pool. Line is great. Still seeing people fail this occasionally, this hole here, but Elcon gets through it. See if the slow strategy here works out. I'm not sure how many players are doing this, but it seems more controlled than the full speed strat. Elcon slowing down, very close to the hole, but the car flips the right way. If the car turned the other way there somehow, that would have been very unfortunate, but landing works. Add a PNG of the entire tower. Oh, that's a good idea. Does the direction you turn your wheels determine which way the car flips? I think generally yes, but water is so weird that I'm not really confident in giving like a, you know, decisive answer. AJ0, thanks so much for the tier 1. Much appreciated. Oh, now trying to line this up has failed twice in a row here. It's a bit too close to the wall again. No, we'll get to the quarter pipe, so recovery possible. It's not the worst situation to be in. Gets back to the ducks now. Jumping in and it works out. Getting through the plastic then. Going over the dirt to dry the wheels a little bit before taking the speed back in. Now. Getting towards the same sections again. On. Oh, a little bit of a shaky line there, but recovers nicely. Turns sideways to not get too much speed from the turbo. Makes it on second try. Back to the water. The jump through the hole once more. The slow down strategy are land safely. If I'm counting correctly, it's been 3 times on this plastic now in a row, not quite getting that landing. If it manages. Another speed again, wants a clean line. Is it going to work? This looks like the best one out of what we've seen. It's going to be very close, but Ocon manages. Back towards the tricky transitions here. Lands the first and the second one as well. Very nicely done. Elko now one step closer to floor 8. Hazard, floor 6 right now. Might be starting to get a run together as well. To the turbo tunnel. Elcon has this interesting ice slide strategy. Most players just turn the car sideways. Elcon. Oh, it's scary, but Elcon manages to survive. You have to wonder which strat is the safer one, because Elcon sometimes gets it so clean that it looks obvious that you would go for it. But then when it looks shaky, then you wonder, okay, other players are taking speed before it and then just turning sideways and not touching anything afterwards. You have to wonder if that's maybe a little bit better still, but we're probably going to see some player differences on these kinds of sections where Elcon might want to do something that not everyone else is doing. Seems to work. Now for the speed, and it's there. Floor 8. Floor Reef. Happy Turtle as well. I'm not sure when Hazard is going to the LAN. Not sure if it's Friday or Saturday or, you know, and if it's Sunday or not. I could look that up. But I guess it's possible that Hazard and Skandir could play from there as well. But yeah, there has indeed been a new world record from Bren, clearing 2 or 3 more jumps than what Hazard managed to do, but not quite reaching a new floor yet. So we're still on floor 10, but presumably at the end of it. Elcon. Now the beam jump. Lands it. No problem at all. For the speed towards the bobsleigh. Lands it as well. It's going to turtle, but this is savable. Turtle will work. Just times the flip. Elcon survives. Sometimes, if you spend a lot of time on ice, your wheels get very frozen and you will not be able to drive upside down anymore. You will just not get the grip. But the bobsleigh block there is short enough that half a second or so, and then you can do the turtle luckily. So we've seen players do that kind of a save a couple times before as well. Going to the second turtle part now. Flipping the car. Flipping the car towards this gap here and timing it. Elcon is between the blocks. It looks to go through. The turtle survives as well. Never gets less scary. But it works. Flip. One gets it. Should be able to get up and get some speed for the next part. Halfway through the floor. Gets the grass landing as well. No problem at all. Hazard indeed has fallen. 800 meters or so. Elcon will land upside down here. Will not flip this time, but should be able to turtle this against the wall again. Will time it. Waiting patiently. Going for this wall here. Times it right and gets the car back up. Always going for that upside down landing, but so far it's working out really well. Hazard and Bren have been going for the normal landing there instead. Here we go then, into the cat room. Paying respects. Once again. Towards the reset, looks to be clean. Elcon once more to the 900 meter mark for the trickiest turtle now. Elcon has been a little shaky on this one, but knows what to do, knows the strats. There we go. Keeps the turtle going. Turning the car to keep it swinging from side to side so that the wheels get grip and the car can drive forward. If this momentum dies, the car will not be able to be controlled. Goes over the narrow passage number 1. Second one will work as well. Elcon just needs to flip the car now. Seems to be able to land it. It works out. Final jumps. And we go back to floor 9. Has done these many times before. Landing on the ramp. Round of the quarter pipe. Back down we go, and into the landing. Works out just fine. Elcon has been really good at these. We are getting now to floor 9. And this is Elcon's personal best floor. Needs to clear a few more jumps before a PB attempt, but Rioter's floor, Strawberry Cheesecake, so far has handed many runs for Elcon. Knows the strats, needs to take speed around the hole here. Looks to be clean. Up on the pole. Back to the ramp and then on the turbo. Nails it. Jumping just ahead, taking some speed. Going in, and it works just fine. Elcon has been doing these lineups for a while now. Probably feeling pretty good. This is indeed only halfway through the map, only 50%, so we are in for a long journey, but at the same time, progress has been pretty decent. Even if, you know, it might just be a couple jumps a day, maybe slow, but at the same time the progress is there. Not like the players are getting hard stuck in terms of learning. They're definitely improving. If not their personal best, then at least improving at the floors that they've already been to. And Elcon here has been getting consistent runs to floor 9. Now it's just about clearing it. 1,000 meters. Getting the line up here. Down on the pole. Then on the platform. And then up we go. And it works out. No problem. Back onto the turbo jump. Very close to a personal best possibility here. Lands on the turbo, goes onto the quarter pipe, works out fine, and lands it. Well done from Elcon. It's not quite personal best just yet, but this next jump will decide if it happens. It's been fairly savable. Elcon has been a little bit unlucky on this as well. Needs to be able to go around the hole, take some speed, jump up the quarter pipe, land back here, up the quarter pipe again, and landing all the way here. And Elcon hasn't managed yet, hasn't managed to clear this. This will be new territory for Elcon if he's able to clear it. How's the car moving like this? What's with the bouncing? It feels like the car is also tense. Like the wheels are... Why is it bouncing like that? The car... Not... Wait, where are we? Game? Why is it doing this? Huh? Car seems to be a little bit scared as well. Elcon here, representing the greatest Trackmania organization. Now, getting ready to try this. Is Elcon going for the other side attempt? We saw Elcon try this out on first day. It seems like maybe. Elcon might be trying something new here. Hasn't worked the other way. It didn't work the first time Elcon tried this, but everyone else did the other side. Elcon wants to try it again. Lands it. Is it enough speed? Elcon lines it up. It's a little bit off. Plastic. Landing to the water. Elcon's safe. Now, here's the thing. It was enough speed. It was enough speed. The line wasn't correct. So, Elcon strat here, it's a bit brave to go for something that no one else has done and you know hasn't worked the last time. But this time Elcon, for the first time today as well, goes for this line and honestly, promising. It's promising. Taking like a low jump from here, but you do get a clean landing here and can maybe keep the momentum a little bit better. Seems very interesting, and if Elcon can make this work, it could be something that Hazard and Bren could already adapt, because I don't think anyone is having an easy time with this one. This one is difficult for literally every single player who has made it here. So maybe there's something. Bren gets it most times? Gotcha. Yeah, I've seen Bren still sometimes fail it. It does seem like one of the hardest parts of the floor now, at the very least. Hazard also has, you know, a couple consecutive fails on it, so it doesn't look super easy still. Current leaderboard in terms of height, we can take a quick look. Bren has gotten a little bit further on the map and higher as well than Hazard, to 1 meter roughly, 1.3. Lars is the next one, but Lars is stuck on the same jump as Elcon. So our top 4, currently 2 of them on floor 10 and 2 of them on floor 9. I think Elcon, hold on, what's the threat? Elcon? Looks pretty scary getting the wet wheels and then doing this kind of a drift, but you can get back to the last turtle from here, but I don't know if Elcon really doesn't want to do that turtle. I don't know if there's any other option. Elcon takes the beam over here. Goes through the tunnel. Was this the... Huh. Does this work? I remember people doing some pretty interesting lines from here, but I can't remember honestly what they were exactly. It's a very cluttered section. There's a lot of beams and a lot of different stuff. What is he cooking? Lining up backwards onto this one. We will let Elcon figure this out, but let's remember that last time when Elcon was here, Elcon tried to go for a pretty risky save, and it didn't work. Elcon fell all the way down, so we shall see. Speeding up through this tunnel here. Okay, it works out. So you can just go through that tunnel, alright. I guess just being super careful. So you can indeed skip the last turtle. It's a little bit of a hidden tunnel there. That was probably what was done before as well, but I already forgot about it. Elcon manages to do it, and now back to the final jumps. What about jump? Back we go. Dodges the walls, and now towards floor 9. Gets there as well. Now we try to go back to that tricky quarter pipe jump. I think Elcon has at least 5 attempts on it, but no clear so far. Has tried both strategies, and honestly, both have potential. I do wonder which one Elcon will go for now. But first we need to get there. Turbo landing works. Oh, hold on now. Goes a little bit too far back. Does save it though. It's the speed, lands it. Such a small jump, but so scary. Now for the lineup. A very, very direct line here. Backing up a little bit to the side. Elcon correcting it slightly. Onto the turbo, makes it to the beam. Perfect, perfect driving from Elcon. Now again, getting onto the beam over here. Maximum speed once more. Back to the downhill, back to the quarter pipe, and up. Line is correct, the landing is correct as well. Elcon getting more and more comfortable with these sections now for the big jump. Lines it up perfectly, no problem at all. We're very close to another attempt. Lands on the turbo again. And on the quarter pipe. Everything works just fine. Now, 2 choices. Either the left side setup or the right side setup. Elcon lining it up on the left side. We're trying it again. The height was there. The line wasn't. Elcon will go for this strategy that no one else has tried so far. Low jump again. It clips a little bit. Elcon is not happy with that. We'll go for the recovery way here. Taking some speed from the quarter pipe. And then jumping to the left. We'll get to try it again after these plastic beams here. That's it. Was very close to a super clean landing, and I suppose that clean landing is not something you can really get with the other strategy. Almost the correct way, says the mapper. Interesting. So Elcon might be finding the intentional path here. Now jumping down. Going pretty wide. Elcon not happy with the speed still. Doesn't want to throw this one away. Doesn't want to go back to floor 8 again. Back to the left. It seems very promising for sure. Just getting that clean line, that clean landing seems very difficult. Elko not taking any risks here, wants to just try to get on this road without going too far to the side. Just across like this. A very patient Elkon. Knows what to do. Gets the speed. Lands it. Is this enough speed? Elkon commits to it. Is the line correct? And Elkon manages to get it with this unique strategy that no one else has made work. Let's see if Elkon can improve as well. It is going to be a personal best already. This is the furthest that Elkon has ever been. Very close to floor 10 as well. But the tricky plastic bones quarter pipe section does remain. Elkon maybe looking at some VODs here. Just needs to take some speed and land into this tunnel here. There's the next part, and then lining up from here, going for the plastic bounce, landing into the quarter pipe, jumping with this quarter pipe all the way onto the pole, and this landing has been very difficult for the other two players that have made it here. Elkon? Hold on. Elkon maybe wants to skip the tunnel? Landing on this wall over here? Let's see. Okay. Going for the traditional strategy. That seems safer. Now, making sure that the speed is there. Goes for it. It's barely fast enough. Does manage, and we are on to the quarter pipe section. Now the main issue here has been the landing on the final pole. So many turtle landings there. So many landings end up upside down, and the run, if not over, at the very least, will have to wait like 10 minutes for the car to maybe fall off the pole there. Elkon has the lineup. Just directly going for it. The plastic bones, it's there. Air brake, this should be enough speed. And Elkon will get to try the big jump to the right. Goes towards the pole, and once more it turtles, but it is maybe recoverable. Elkon onto the platform. What a great save there from Elkon. Such a narrow space there to land to, but Elkon makes it work. So we'll get back to the middle parts of this floor again. Great attempt from Elkon. Now knows exactly what this section looks like. Knows exactly what to expect next time. World record still quite far away. It's about 2/3 in, well, probably like 90% into floor 10 actually, but Elkon will have to get through this floor first. Not getting too much of the turbo. Is the landing going to work? Just barely. That's something that we've seen players kind of do a little bit carefully, because the turbo landing will give you a lot more speed than jumping fast over it, so you might need to release a little bit to land a little bit more on the turbo. We've seen Hazard do some small releases there. Elkon pretty close there, but now to the quarter pipes again. Gets the landing. He's happy with the speed. The line looks great, and maybe Elkon's strategy here is going to be the better one. Now to the tunnel. Works much better this time. Lining up now. Attempt number 2. Bouncing in, landing it. The jump works. Water pipe. Line looks right. No, it's a little bit short. Elcon will fall back down and will save the run again. This is going to be a little bit further, but very fortunate landing for Elcon. We'll be able to get back to the start of the level at the very least, but maybe there's something better than that Elcon can find as well. We've seen Elcon try some pretty risky recoveries before. So maybe the obvious one, dropping down here and then going back to the start of the level. Maybe Elcon doesn't really like that. Maybe there's something else that we will see. That seems to be the obvious one, but let's wait. Elcon, turning around. Okay, Elcon. Oh, what's it gonna be? Oh god. Okay, plastic landing. Definitely gonna be something different. Landing on the beam. But it works. This guy. This guy's inventing his own deep dip sections here. Doing some extra. But it works out. The beam landing, as good as this one. And then we go again. Back to the pole. The big jump. Good lineup from Elcon. Even releases before the landing a little bit. It is very clean. Things are starting to get into muscle memory now. Now for the turbo landing. Needs to be careful not to go too far. This time looks to be more speed. It will work just fine. Simo also on floor 7 right now. Looking to get to floor 8 for the first time perhaps. Now Elcon taking this new strategy again. Looks to be good speed. 232 there, and 3 times in a row Elcon has managed to get it. Maybe Hazard and Bren could learn something from this strategy. Maybe they will adapt this as well. Took a couple attempts for Elcon to get it down, but now it's looking very good. Simo falling down. Not a personal best. Not a personal best for the Finn. But Elcon here has a chance. Lining up again. 3rd time. Bouncing in. Landing. Speed should be there. Lining it up, and is it going to land? It will. Elcon has a chance here. 2 more jumps remain on floor 9. We would get to floor 10 as the 3rd person ever to do so. Already is the 3rd person ever to get to this point, but clearing this floor would be a big moment for Elcon. The next floor, very ice-based. So Elcon as an ice master, have a pretty good time there. Now going in, lining up, dropping on the ramp. It clips slightly. Elcon is still going to go for it. Will land, and Elcon avoids falling off the edge. And this way, Elcon has managed to reach Maverick's floor here. That's going to be ice gold. Just on the dirt block, Elcon will be number 3 here. But there's a maybe good chance to also get towards the places where Hazard and Bren have both failed. Very tricky ice sections here, but Elcon, usually pretty good at these kinds of things, has a lot of experience on ice, which may be a little bit different from your usual RPG player skill set, where, you know, you might be more focused on the stuff that's on floor 9, the more traditional road-based tricks. But the ice stuff, the weird dirt zoops, might be a little bit different. I would be very surprised if Elcon here decided to go for Cup of the Day right now. That would be interesting choice. So I think we're gonna play floor 10 instead. No, that would be a Giga Chat move though. Imagine what kind of a story that would be. Considering what kind of shortcuts Elcon does on Cup of the Day maps though, this is basically Cup of the Day practice. No. Turning the car around. Backing up. Getting the speed. Ice always will give you icy wheels, making things even harder, but Elcon now manages to get around. Should be absolutely survivable here, just taking it slow. Making sure the struts are there. Landing onto the dirt. It's one part done. Probably knows the strategy here. You need to get the icy wheels and then zoop on the dirt with the icy wheels. There's an interesting interaction here. You can get a lot of speed by just turning on dirt with icy wheels. Carry all of that speed towards the next jump. Not an easy jump at all. Elcon. Testing it out. Checking the timing. No matter how good you are at this kind of stuff, always a new checkpoint that you're trying to do. Can be a little bit surprising. Elcon gets the line. This looks very good. Manages to land it super clean on first try. Very, very nicely done. Now up the ice hill next. All around this uphill and then ice sliding, avoiding the turbo, avoiding falling down from here. Elcon already going in. Now turning the ice slide at the right timing. Manages to adjust it. And Elcon making it look easy here. Gets onto the beam. Now about 1/3 through the floor. More or less. Maybe a little bit less, but getting there. Now speed across the jump here. Lands it. Slides on the ice. Manages to stay on. Gets the speed. Jumps towards the water and lands it as well. Now just needs to not fall off the edge. The wall comes in handy there. Well done from Elcon. The tricky uphill is next, and these parts have been failed before. Going around the hole, taking speed from the dirt and sliding up the snow. This is your next rest position, so Elcon will have to do this entire uphill without getting to take the hands off the keyboard. Carefully going around the hole. Manages to do it, and now lining up on the dirt. Taking speed. Going in and needs to start an ice slide and carry it all the way through the snow. Carefully taking the correct line here. No. Not yet going in. Has some time to think here. You do get rid of icy wheels on dirt, so you don't need to deal with the slipperiness too much here. Elcon going off the edge this time, but this should be possible to get back in. It's a bit of a tricky situation, actually, but Elcon manages. Saves the line. Starts lining it up again. This time, doesn't get the wheels over the edge, and now goes for the slide. Elcon, not quite getting it. How is the save going to look? Needs to get back to the dirt for sure. Elcon does manage to clear it. Gets rid of the icy wheels here. Should be safe for one more moment. Now has a little bit of experience on the slide. Going back again onto the beam, taking speed, and now sliding up. This looks better, and Elcon will make it. A very, very clean line there. Getting closer and closer to these sections that not many players have been to. Well, these sections have been to exactly 2 players before, and the next one's 2 players as well. But we see the 360 sign in the distance there. That's a couple jumps away. And only Bren has cleared that jump. Now, if you don't know much about Elcon, know this. Elcon is extremely good at ice tricks and has been playing on that surface for a long time, so might be able to pick these very, very difficult strats fairly quickly. Now, probably checking a VOD from Hazard, maybe from Bren as well. Hazard did figure out that you can take speed from here, from the plastics here. You don't need any more, and you can get enough and make the next jump. Patiently waiting. It's just a 180-degree turn here on the pipe. Well, just, you know. But it's nothing more crazy than that. No icy wheels. Nothing like that. Elcon taking the speed, turning around, commits to the jump. It is enough speed. Elcon one step further, and now change the next part. Jumps to the pool, and Elcon will make it to the ice 360. Very clean attempt by Elcon here. And now the wet icy wheels into this ice spin and jumping onto this platform. Then ice sliding all the way up to the next plastic part. Hazard has not yet cleared this trick. It is only Bren. And Bren hasn't gotten this every single time either. So it doesn't seem to be that easy. Not that we would expect a 1100 height ice spin to be easy, but Elcon actually goes for it with this kind of a setup. Goes for the spin, lands it first try like it's nothing, and this is why we call Elcon the Ice Master. Now just needs to not fall off the ledge. Oh no, Elcon doesn't stick to the plastic and will fall down all the way. It's right in the middle. It's one of the most ridiculous plastic bounces we've seen on this track so far, and Elcon is back to the bottom. (1,097-meter fall from Elcon, and that has to be the world record. I wouldn't think that there's anyone else who has fallen that far down. Maybe Bren, hard to say, but Elcon does get the 360 on first try. Very confident on that. Very, very good job. Just didn't quite get the exit line from here. Very close to getting that as well, but I think Elcon now has really good experience on this floor, knows what to do on these sections, and, you know, Elcon, best one-shot on floor 10. Let's remember, Elcon's first try on floor 10. Made it all the way through here. Made it all the way through here. Over the tube. What? Camera? Into the water. Over the snow. Around the hole. The snow again. Jumping over. Landing it perfectly on first try. Into the pool. Perfect landing again. And even getting the ice spin on the same attempt. Elcon is just a couple sections away from getting to these very final parts that we've seen. Going onto this dirt here. You have the wet icy wheels, so the plastic here, not trivial at all. But then you have to do this thing. Now this looks ridiculous. That's because it is. I haven't seen Bren attempt this. I'm not quite sure. I guess Bren didn't quite make this first landing, so Bren has yet to try this as well. So you have this ice thing here. Presumably you go over here. There's an arrow on this point. I'm thinking that the arrow probably tells you when you can make it. Maybe you need to make it to the green light. That could be it. Like the green light is safe speed or something. Safe as you can be here. And then going back. Maybe landing here. And then flying all the way with speed. Bouncing to floor 11. Oh yeah, you bounce on this thing as well. You bounce backwards here and need to land here. Remember that you still have icy wheels, most likely. So that's gonna be great. And then you need to avoid falling into the hole next, right? So this seems completely ridiculous. But floor 11 looks to be here. Very close. And Elcon has shown that this floor 10 might be cleared pretty soon. Depending on the final trick, of course. Oof. This is only 10. I'm scared of the top floors. Yeah, you and I both. Well, there's technically there's 6 floors, right? 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. So, yeah. I do think $27,000 is a pretty appropriate price pool for this kind of a challenge, honestly. Is the next floor... who was it by again? Was it by Whiskey? It kind of looks like a... No, that was the Side Lord. Yeah, so the Whiskey floor is after that. Yeah, so the Side Lord floor is 11. Hazard and Elcon now tied for second place. And Bren still leading by a couple jumps, getting to the end of floor 10. Yeah, the mapper names are scaring me as well, Tato. Timo here, still trying to get to floor 8. Okay, we can breathe a little bit. What a fantastic run to witness, though. These players are really giving it their all, and it's so cool to see. Just a reminder, guys, that today is a bit of a special day for us. I've been doing 8 to 10 hours of casting for Deep Dip every single day since the launch now. But today is a little bit of a special session, because we have a pre-scheduled mapping competition. We have had people in my community had 2 weeks to build with a specific theme. So there's some more traditional Trackmania maps. 16 of them that we will play through, and if you have the game, you can also play through them. But of course, I understand that most people here are here to watch the incredible competition here, Deep Dip, and not to worry, there will definitely be coverage for it. Valen, I think, is casting right now, so You will not miss anything from Deep Dip, even if we take like a 2-hour break on this stream about it. But if you're completely new to Trackmania, might be an interesting look towards like more traditional Trackmania as well. You are of course welcome to stay as well if you wish. When it's starting in about 40 minutes. So 42 minutes actually. What's Valen's Twitch? Let me get that for you. Or someone else can maybe. Maybe Uhu. You can link Valen's channel. Might just be Valen. There we go. Thank you, Zertrova. But we're gonna stick to the server for those 40 more minutes and then get started. We will hope that Elcon or Hazard are not exactly on floor 11 attempt there. We're probably gonna delay the mapping competition slightly if there is like a god run going on. I'm not gonna abandon like a super great run, but if everyone's, you know, below floor 7 at that point, then we'll just go through with it. Timo doing the single drift strat here, seems to work. Really, really nice progress in these last 2 days. It's getting just more and more ridiculous to clear these new obstacles. I think one thing about this ice-based floor is that you have so little to sort of like... so little space to actually calm yourself, because you're always on this slippery surface. You need to sort of always be on your toes a little bit. Sure, there's like, you know, some rest points as well, but it kind of feels like when you commit to something, like when you start driving, you just have to commit as well. You can't just, like on the previous floors, we've seen these players kind of like go for the lineup and then like, oh, I don't really like this, I'm gonna retry that. It's not really doable when you have that ice downhill, right? You can't just like turn back and climb back up. It's not how the momentum works on ice. Timo going for this new strategy, found by Korch as far as we know. So, sliding through the turbo and then lining up for this next part. Zooping in. Simo is going to get the turbo here. Is that on purpose? Oh, no. It is not. Can you imagine falling 500 plus times after floor 10 just to learn the rest of the map? Yeah. Mentally, it will be extremely challenging to keep up your motivation when you fall from like floor 13, 14. And you know it's gonna happen. These players already know that it's gonna happen. But like, are you still going to be really prepared for it? It's such a massive emotional investment when you get on those like floor 14 runs, and like most likely you will still fall from there, because the floors aren't exactly getting easier, right? You are more scared of the jumps in comparison to the first Deep Dip. Yeah, maybe there's like a little bit more sort of like thinking, and I think because players know how many difficult jumps there's already been, I think they already kind of understand that everything afterwards, even if it looks a little bit easier, it's probably just as difficult as everything before it. Or even if it actually is easier, it's hard to believe that. It's kind of like, hold on, can this really be this simple? Like, it looks simple, but is this really? Because everything else has been so cursed so far. There's a lot of this kind of psychological sort of challenge to this as well. Hello, Pilk. Thank you. Appreciate it. Zartos, thanks so much for the frames up. Very much appreciated. Kind of like knowing that you have the skill level to finish the map, like you kind of have to believe in yourself that much, right? You have to sort of already approach this kind of a project with the mindset that you will finish. But then maybe you start doubting yourself when you fall for the 1000th time. It's a very mental challenge. Bren currently has the record. Elcon just had a top 2 run, making it to the same spot that Hazard failed last night, essentially making it to the ice spin. But Elcon clearing the ice spin as well. So Elcon now has top 2. Didn't quite make it where Bren had been earlier today. So about 1 obstacle ahead. It would probably take years to finish this. It's possible. If we look at the height, you know, we know the progression at the top. But it's interesting to see though. So Elcon actually has been a little bit further than Hazard in terms of progression. 1 jump separating Hazard and Elcon, and then basically like 1 plastic slice separating Elcon and Bren. They're very close. The top 3 is very close now. There's maybe a little bit of difference because both Hazard and Bren have been to floor 10 multiple times. Elcon just 1 shot from the beginning through the 360 on the ice. So in that sense, you could say that Bren and Hazard maybe have more experience, but Elcon, as a really, really good ice player, might not need more than 1 run to really understand those sections and really know what to do. So maybe we'll see Elcon take the record at some point tonight. Lars made it to floor 9. And virtual to the end of floor 8. Simo here, currently top 7 on the height, hasn't quite made it to floor 8 yet. Lars made it to floor 10. That is not what I heard earlier. You might be looking at the height here. That the height, forget about the height. It's not going to be accurate. To the quarter pipe, yeah. So as far as I know, I haven't seen the run myself, but as far as I know, Lars has made it to the quarter pipe jump, the second last quarter pipe jump on floor 9. So we go back to floor 9 over here. This jump, this one. Something interesting about Elcon is that Elcon, after failing the traditional strat where you go from here, you turn around here, which is basically what everyone else is doing. They're going here, jumping over, landing here. Elcon tried that a little bit, didn't work for Elcon. Everyone else has been doing it, but Elcon, again choosing to do something different here, starting from the left side of the hole, turning around there, and then doing a very low jump, landing super clean on this quarter pipe. And Elcon made this landing all the way up here 3 times in a row. So that seems to be like a pretty promising strategy, and I'm very curious if other players will start doing that as well. The floors are always based on height. So the landing that I just showed, the road landing after the quarter pipe, that is on the same height as floor 10. Floor 10 starts from the same height, a little bit further ahead. There's still a couple parts to do on floor 9 before you make it to floor 10. So, to my understanding, Lars hasn't made it through those parts just yet. It's very close though. Yeah, it's really hard to predict what this final part of floor 10 will be like. It looks almost unethical. Very, very dank. Remains to be seen. Elcon and Hazard already to floor 5. Simo getting closer to PB as well here. If you don't know much about these players, quick introduction. Simo is a Finnish Kaki master, and what that means is there's a competition called Kakiest Kaki, and it's in 2 different games. It is in Trackmania Nations Forever, which is an older game. Came out in something like 2007. And then there is this game, Trackmania 2020, and there's also Kaki Reloaded here. Now, Simo is more about those earlier games, has a lot of experience on TMNF. Lands it nicely, just steer, should be fine. And maybe lacks a little bit of experience on the specific things that we have in this game. So there's some differences. The games are very, very similar, but there's also some differences, like, you know, there's very different surfaces, and, you know, like plastic is completely new, ice is completely new. You don't have those in the old game. So Simo might be lacking a little bit on those kinds of tricks that require understanding of those surfaces, but then on the pure, like, road-based stuff, like the concrete-based stuff, which landing works. This is the road surface. Simo is really good at this kind of stuff. So when we get to floor 8 and 9, that's gonna be something pretty much within Simo's skill set. This floor 7 that we're currently in is a bit dank, you know, it has like all kinds of bounces and water parts and everything. So I'm really curious to see when Simo gets to the comfort zone, how it's gonna go there. Now, landing. Looks great. Simo lands it. Not too far now. Yeah, floor 10 might be very tricky for Simo. But 2 floors before that. Plastic bones. Works. Dirt is also different between TMNF and 2020, that's true. The block shapes are different, and just overall like not really the same driving experience. Lining up to the beam. A little bit of a bounce there sideways, but pretty much fine. Into the tunnel we go. Sideways in the ice tunnel. Simo has done this before. We'll go for the small slide here. Slow. Easy. Oh, gets a little bit of a boost from the first, but the second one goes perfectly. As long as you're sideways there, the turbo is not pushing you. So a small mistake could be a big disaster, but Simo, doing well. Up. Now flipping the car here. Simo gets it nicely. And with a few more jumps remaining, gets to try the final jump of this floor again. This is Simo's personal best place here. Floor 8 just ahead. Lands it carefully, clips the wheel, and that actually helps Simo slow down. And now needs to manage to slow down on this plastic slope. Go too far. Simo lining it up carefully. Doesn't want to get too much speed. Lands it and doesn't quite slow down enough again. Simo, unfortunately, a bit too far. We'll get to try again if these second half parts go well once more. Hazard closing in. Elkhorn still on floor 5. Everyone else kinda in this 0 to 3 area again. Been pretty common occurrence here on the server. Simo has not cleared the jump. That is a personal best section for Simo. Needs to figure out how to slow the car on that plastic slope. Now going in. Lines it up. Is it far enough? I don't think it is. We'll be able to recover this if it lands. And it looks to land. Simo we'll be able to get back to the end of floor 6. And try this entire floor again. At the same time, Hazard making good progress as well. Has made these tricky parts on floor 7. Now to the beam. Hazard had a massive run last night, bringing the whole map to a new place in floor 10, but has since lost not only the first place but also the second. Elkhorn just a while ago did get one jump ahead of Hazard. We'll get to try this final jump as well. We can kind of check how Hazard is doing the slowdown here. Maybe Simo can learn from this as well. Lands, just brakes, and I think it might be gear related, just getting the specific landing and not getting too much speed initially. That just seems to be it. Just simply slowing down, but it's never that simple usually. Hazard, perfect landing here towards floor 8 and turning the car upside down. Got a full release in the air. Simo was still accelerating. Nicely spotted, yeah. So Simo can probably get some feedback on that though. And will maybe get a third attempt at that on this run. Is Hazard the best Trackmania turtler? I don't know if there's like a turtle ranking anywhere, but what I do know is that Lane is extremely good. Lane has been playing some of the segments of the map so far, but is not going for the full run. Also like a TMNF player, so might be a bit new to these kinds of dank things in this game. Yeah, Lane heard that there was a turtle map in Cup of the Day. It has happened one time that there's a turtle map. So Lane plays the first ever Cup of the Day and wins it. Actually gets 100% Cup of the Day win rate. Which is not a feat that many people have been able to get. So, impressive. Was it third? Oh, okay. Misinformation here. Don't worry about it. Hazard. Squeezing through the blocks. Simo has fallen all the way to the ground, so we'll have to get all the way up again for another attempt at surviving floor 7. For the grass landing, lands it nicely. Goes for this clean landing. We've seen Elcon do the upside down landing. Both seem to work just fine. Hazard, consistent as ever. Getting towards the catch room, goes right away into the next jump. Lands the grass, not the grass, it's just reset. Both are green, okay? Close enough. And then towards the final turtle part, third one, the hardest one. Waiting for the timing. The wheels of the correct side touching this wall right just as Hazard goes through, and it's perfect once again. Unflip works too. Hazard is ready to get another attempt at floor 9. Jumping around. Zooping in, landing on the left side, and then the jump to the right. It looks to hit the wall, and Hazard will fall to the water, but fortunately it is water and you can flip the car back up. We'll have to do a few more sections again here, but not over just yet, at least. I am indeed from Finland. Hazard, waiting for the wheels to dry, getting through, and now a few final parts here again. Landing to the grass, looks exactly the same as last time. And up again. Very nice method for this, jumping a little bit to the left side. And one more time. We go up. Land to the reset. Works well again. Final turtle one more time. Elcon now on floor 7-2. Hazard. Going pretty fast over this. Climbs it up. Gets it well. And the flip works. Now for the speed then. Going in. One more time. The line a little bit too far to the right last time. Let's see how this attempt goes. First landing works. Second one looks to work as well. Hazard. One uphill remaining on this floor, and we are going up to floor 9. Here we go then. Hazard, maybe still doing the slightly different strategies than what we saw Elcon do earlier, but this is the same, jumping through the pole onto the ramp and then on the turbo. Great aim from Hazard. Now to the left. Backing up. Line looks real nice to me. Hazard, maybe not happy with it still though. Maybe sees some imperfection that I missed. But it looks pretty good. Hazard, ready to commit. Goes in. Little bit of a rough landing there. The car goes a little bit to the right, but great reaction from Hazard. Correcting the line. Doesn't fall off. Then to the quarter pipe. Towards the beam. Now for the big one. Up we go. Hazard. Makes it work. Soon on the tricky ones, we have the quarter pipe jump up ahead. Hazard small release to get more of the turbo, lands in, and we'll get to the next part. And now here we saw Elcon go for the left side setup. I wonder if Hazard has seen that. It does seem like Hazard is going for the old setup still, and that works as well, right? You just need to get the speed right. Is Hazard happy with this one? Will go for it, but it's a little bit too slow. Hazard falling down now, but will recover. We'll be able to try that again. I'm not sure if Hazard did see Elcon's run. Could be that the left side setup is still something that is only known to Elcon. Elcon goes on the left side of the hole, goes around here, and then jumps a very low jump from here, landing into the quarter pipe, very clean. And that was about 232 speed before the quarter pipe, so it seemed to be a bit faster than Hazard's previous run, but this looks very clean. 231, that should be enough. Hazard, perfect line, gets up as well. So it does seem like both work. Maybe it's depending on the player. What's better or what's worse? Hazard. Now for the last quarter pipe, bouncing in, going up on the platform, up the quarter pipe. Is the line correct, and is the landing going to work? It will land. Hazard makes it first try this time. Now towards floor 10. One more section. Maximum speed. Speed from the left as well. Lands it in perfectly. Jumps up and no problem at all. Hazard manages to get Maverick's floor here. Ice gold. And ice it is indeed. Hazard has been through these sections a couple times now, so might be feeling pretty good. Hasn't yet cleared the ice 360 that we saw Elcon one-shot a little bit earlier. Getting the icy wheels here so you can zoop over the dirt, get a lot of speed by just turning over here. The line is very good, and the speed is enough. Now, the ice slide down here. Be very careful. Hazard gets the grip. Keeps it going. Should be able to drive up now. Speed over the tube next. Landing in. Going around the ice, hoping to get enough speed. Gets the gears clean, and the water landing will work. Does not fall off either. No hesitation. Straight up the ice, around the hole, onto the dirt. Now speed as much as possible. Goes onto the beam, takes the speed, and now the ice slide over the snow looks pretty good. And Hazard, very, very confident on this floor. No hesitation so far. Clearing everything super, super clean. Takes the speed. Wants to go for it and clears the jump. Now for the pool landing. And Hazard manages to get it. No problem at all. A 30-minute run. And Hazard makes it through. Then to the ice spin. And this is a chance for Hazard to do a personal best. Elcon set this ice slide up already from the beginning. We saw Hazard try this before by setting up here, starting to spin here, but Elcon starting the ice slide already from here, and it looks like a scary line, but the speed was great. Elcon one-shotting this section, managing to get it, so you do need to spin the car all the way around to be able to gather enough speed there. It seems like Hazard will be looking at Elcon's clip, and it makes sense, but there's a bit of a problem still. It is that Elcon is really good at ice, and that is nothing against Hazard. Extremely good player, but Elcon, undeniably the best ice player out of these three players that have been to this part. So even if Elcon has the best strategy, it might not be so easy to execute. We shall see. Have the clip there of Elcon's attempt. I'm a bit scared to show it here, so you can just check it yourself, because I don't want to miss this attempt from Hazard. Thank you, Scopy, for the 100. I am indeed from Finland. Speaking of Elcon, Elcon right now on floor 8 again. Seeing a good 360 on this just makes it look even worse. That is the problem. That's the problem when you see ice players do these kind of moves. You might be thinking like, okay, well that's cool, but how on earth do I do that? Well, Hazard is gonna try. Has gotten some decent tries at the very least. Not too far. Going for it. No going back now. But doesn't get the grip. Doesn't get the grip in the beginning. And that is unfortunately a pretty big fall. Falls off the edge here as well. all the way down back to the beginning. At this point, it's pretty difficult, right? You get so few attempts. You're not really getting that much practice on a section that's on floor 10. I don't know. Maybe Hazard could go and play some ice spin map. There's a Burly Pug map that I remember that has it's like 40 seconds long and it has 9 ice spins on it. Maybe that could be a good grind for a little bit. Hard to say. It's really tricky. Such a difficult technique to pick up. But Elcon is here still. Now, as I mentioned a bit earlier, and as there is a pinned message as well, did Elcon try to skip the turtle here? What's happening? Is there some shortcut idea? Hold on. I did not build a floor myself. Is there something? Elcon has had some trouble with this final turtle part. We shall see. Anyway, as there is the pinned message and as I mentioned earlier, today is a bit of a special day because we have a pre-scheduled mapping competition. We've had 16 mappers built for 2 weeks on a specific style. So we are going to take a little bit of a break once Elcon's run here concludes. Hold on. Okay, hold. We're going now. Is this... Oh, you need to get up here, I suppose. So you need to like bounce up and get to this one, I suppose. And then you can skip the final turtle by going on this tunnel. Well, I suppose this is recoverable. You drop all the way back here, and I guess you do the second turtle again. Or you can just directly drop down to the second turtle. Yeah. Well, it was an attempt. I will never get to finish my sentence, but I will do so soon, don't worry. Duundi here. The mapper off the floor. Knows something more than Elcon? On. Dropping down, and we'll go and do the second turtle again. Indeed. Okay, can I finish my sentence now? I guess we'll check with Elcon for this second turtle first. Alright. Getting between these two blocks. Waiting. Oh, a little bit rough entry, but on this through for now. Now to the end and turtling towards the flip. Okay, so indeed, today's a little bit of a special day because on Thursdays, occasionally, pretty much every month, we have some mapping competitions. If you haven't been here before, hello, I'm SB Ville. I'm a very sort of mapper-centric streamer usually. So I build maps myself, and then we also do a lot of map request streams where we give feedback and such, and then we also host mapping competitions. And 2 weeks ago I announced a new theme, and today is the day when we play those 16 maps that have been submitted. So if you want to tune in for some more traditional Trackmania, especially if you're more, you know, more of a newer viewer, maybe you have never seen anything but Deep Dip, can be an interesting look, but I of course understand that most people are here for the dip, so there are some other streams that focus on the casting experience as well. So Vaylin will be streaming, for example, is on the server, so I can direct you to that. At least was a while ago, so you're welcome to stay, of course, but there's also other casts that you can check in. It's gonna take about 2 hours and two and a half hours maybe. So do what you want, yeah. We will get back to Deep Dip after that as well. But we will watch this Alcon run here first. Now getting back to the turtle. Safe and easy. Needs to time these right. This goes perfectly this time. Oh, patient. Only waiting. Will line the car up on the left side and will make it through. Another flip. Alcon times it pretty late, but manages to get it. The map theme is mixed sausage maps, which basically means using this bumpy surface. This one is a sausage block, this one. And mixing it with other surfaces. It's a very interesting, very cool style. Alcon nails the landing. Sausage. Many Trackmania elements actually sound like food items. For example, in Full Speed, there's a turn type called cake. What else? We have the sausage blocks. There's, well, ice, but ice isn't really a food. I mean, it can be, but you know. Not turtle. No, come on. Anyway, Alcon flying now on floor 9. Getting towards the turbo landing. Nails it. Jumping in. Tarmac is not food. What are you guys talking about? What do you eat? Plastic is food because because it's kind of, you know. Unfortunately, yeah. Unfortunately, we do eat plastic, I guess. Because it's kind of everywhere, I suppose. Well, Alcon on plastic right now. Jumping in. Onto the beam. Nails it. Alcon will go for this strategy. Seems to work just fine. Water, yeah, water, sure. Now for the speed, quarter pipe. Up the hill, landing it in. Has been to these sections multiple times today. It does seem like Alcon's consistency is going up a lot. I think this is Alcon's like 4th time trying these jumps on floor 9. No, there's more than 2 things, okay? I'm just watching some gameplay here, alright? Give me some time. Elcon going for the big one. Up to the right. Excellent landing. No to the turbo. Up into the quarter pipe. Works great. And now Elcon will be doing the new strategy here. And it's very interesting. Hazard seems to be on floor 2 right now. Still moving, so still playing, it seems. Does it count that we have cheese strategies? Elcon lining it up on this left side of the hole. Jumping in. Landing it. Seems to be pretty good speed. Elcon will go for it. The line looks pretty good. Barely lands it. That is the 4th time in a row Elcon has managed to do it. Final parts of this floor next, and Elcon has had some trouble with them just like everyone else, but did manage to clear this section last time. Lining it up, jumps high. Is it going to land? It will. Elcon gets it again. So far, very, very good performance today from Elcon. Back towards floor 10. A couple things remain. Landing on the ramp. Seems to get it well enough. Lands up on the platform, and we are back to ice gold here. Elcon, floor 10 reached twice today already. And last time, Elcon managed to one-shot everything up to the ice spin, including the ice spin, but didn't quite get the line afterwards. Now knows exactly what to do in that spot, so if Elcon can just reach that position again, let's see. Around on the ice. Makes it safe, slows down on the pole. Then backwards, back on the ice to get the icy wheels. Then into the zoop. Oh, it's a little bit off. Elcon, turtle, but the unturtle right after. That is extremely important because on dirt, you can't really turtle that well. Elcon, very fortunate there, gets to try this again. Now, looking better. The line looks pretty good. On lands it. Now for the ice slide. Need to make sure you don't fall into the turbo. Starting the ice slide here. Elcon keeps the grip. Very good control. Gets through. Getting rid of the icy wheels first, and then the next few jumps. Jumping forward, around on the ice. Down in the dirt, clips it though. And Elcon will have to try this again. I am not sure how recoverable this is. Can you just go up and get enough speed? That's the question. Or do you need to chain this part? I don't know. I haven't seen anyone else do it. Is there anything you could do at all? There's no clear recovery paths. Maybe to the water here, maybe you can do something from there. Seems to be a recovery path. Maybe to the Maybe to the beginning of the floor again, but no, Elcon tries it. Tries to go back. Good control. Now needs to just carefully line this up. Elcon, a very, very experienced ice player. Manages to control it. Very well done. Great save, and then needs to get enough speed here. Goes around without the ice slide. Gets the gear pretty clean. The jump is enough. Elcon manages to save the line. Great job. Now towards the snow. Around the hole on the left side, and this snow ice slide to the right is what Elcon had to retry a couple times here to get the maximum speed again from the beam. Going for it now. Sliding up. It looks to be enough. Makes it to the ice. Climbs up. And we are through to another attempt on the pipes. Elcon will be able to maybe try the ice spin again here, but needs to do a couple things before that. Lands the first one, and now can take the speed from here. Just goes for it. Carefully around. Looks to be enough speed, just barely. And now going for the other jump. Enough as well. Elcon will get another ice spin attempt here. Last time Elcon did manage to one-shot it. How's it gonna go this time? Failed the part after the plastic climb we see there ahead. Elcon did not manage to do that, but the ice spin was perfect.
Let's go, Elcon!
Let's go, Elcon. You got this. The lineup. No turning back now. The spin. It looks pretty good. Is it enough speed? It is. Elcon is on the ice and now just needs to survive this uphill. Manages to do so. Keeps it going. Lands on the plastic. Now over the steep edge here. And Elcon, with that achievement, has equaled the world record. This is the furthest Bren has been, and the very final parts remain. We are in the end of floor 10, but what do I even say about this? I don't think there's anything to say. Just look at it. Look at this. So Bren did not manage to reach this platform as far as I know. Oh, Bren did not make it to this dirt. Okay, got it. Or did get... Okay, whatever. Alright. Bren has been to this area, at least. Alright. So, equal world record. And then whatever this double half-pipe thing is, I have no idea what's happening here. Like, I'm guessing that you need to go down here, then back up here, and then back down, land here on the plastic, and then go all the way up and land there. It's gonna push you back to this plastic ledge here, and then you need to avoid the hole when you go back again. This is completely ridiculous. I have no idea what's gonna happen if Elcon even gets to that point. I don't know what I'm looking at. Maverick has some has some questions to answer, I feel. Oh, there is the guy. Maverick, what on earth are you doing? Have you fully lost it, sir? That's the question. Well, Elcon has lined up for the first jump. That's gonna be the first step. Potential for Voltagord here. Elcon hasn't held the Voltagord since reaching the very beginning of floor 9. So this is a chance for Elcon to maybe even get to floor 11 as the first person to ever do so. Don't blame Elcon at all for taking the time to think this through. You have to take everything you can get from this experience. Because you might not get here every time. You will not get here every time. So, Elcon, lining up. Wants to get the maximum speed. Now going in. Plastic landing. It's not quite going to work. Elcon going down, and this looks like a big fall as well. Back to 7 with a beautiful plastic bounce. But it's going to be a climb back in. It was a good try. It was a great try from Elcon. That landing already looks difficult, and we still have to wait and see what comes after. Tight Voltagord from Elcon and Bren. Hazard has reached pretty the close areas there, but that's where it will stay. Great run from Elcon. Okay, we're back to floor 7. Wouldn't blame Elcon for taking a little bit of a break. And as I explained a while ago, we are also taking a small break from Deep Dip. Don't worry though, there will be other perspectives you can look to, but we're already 15 minutes late from the schedule. Wouldn't want to miss this Voltagord, of course. But yeah, Elcon will keep going up, and we are going to do a mapping competition that people have built for over the last 2 weeks. So we will do that. And you are welcome to stay if you want, but I will link another stream where you can also keep watching Elcon's progress here if you want. So it's your choice. We will be back to Deep Dip in about like 2 to 2.5 hours. But real quick, would be this one, right? Valen, for example, will be casting as well. If you wanna follow Elcon's journey, it's one way you can keep it going. So now that we're back to floor 7, which definitely there's potential on this run, but we will switch to this. There's some other streams where you can follow. So very much appreciate you guys jumping in though, and we will be back soon. So about 2.5 hours, and we will be back to this. Suppose we could check in with virtual, but actually there's another player. There's another player. Hold on. Hold on. I need a drink though. I'm gonna die. So I'm gonna get it. So I will be back. I'll speedrun. Okay, back to casting mode. Elcon is going pretty fast. Alright. Let's get back into it. A little bit of a change of pace here. We're jumping into already a pretty wild run here. Elcon, 1 hour in. Go into the quarter pipe. It's enough speed. Hold on. Okay, Elcon, alright, let's go. Virtual has reached floor 9, but to the very end, I suppose. Right around this area, I suppose. But yeah, there's there's a lot more happening. Elcon on the way to floor 10 again. I don't even know if I changed my stream title, honestly, but it should be okay. Okay. Virtual failed the previous jump, got it. So Virtual, really good progress too, and Virtual might be able to catch it up. So, back to Deep Tip. Guess this doesn't need an introduction, so we'll check in with Elcon directly. Going in now. Back to the ground, back to the quarter pipe. Lineup, is it correct? It's a little bit off, but Elcon, fortunately, lands on the platform below. We'll be able to continue. Here we are then. Hazard still playing, Elcon still playing, Lars has joined the party as well. Currently getting towards floor 8. There's of course a chance here to reach some new heights. Welcome back everyone to the dip. Hopefully you had a nice time on other streams if you're just getting back. And if you're just tuning in, welcome. For the first time perhaps. Good to have you here. We're gonna be following these players for a while. This should land in the pool, or at least close. Oh, to the bottom pool maybe? Like it's going to fall. Is it gonna go far enough to land in the pool? I mean, eventually, I guess. Surely the way that gravity works will push the car through, right? Wheel is like inside the tree. Is this really how it ends? Or car is slightly moving? I think it's moving. I think it's like... yeah, it's kind of snapping a little bit. Sometimes it feels like it snaps a little bit, no? You really wouldn't want to end this run. Yeah, it didn't it go a little bit further? Did it? I don't know, it could be that it's slowly moving to the other side and then it's snapping back. Elcon gives up. That is a tough one. That's a rough one. Elcon has been so unlucky, honestly. It's kind of crazy. I feel like Bren and Hazard have been able to save these kinds of situations way more than Elcon. Like, that's just luck, right? It's not like, you know, Elcon failed to jump the same way as many people before him have failed it, but just this weird tree thing that doesn't seem to happen to anyone else. I've just seen so many of those for Elcon specifically. But okay, the run restarts. Elcon keeps the motivation up, keeps going. Lars on floor 8. Let's see now. I think Elcon, we've seen Elcon get to floor 10 at least twice, so that it made it to the 360. And both times made it through. So Elcon making really, really good progress overall. So Elcon twice to level 10 and twice through the 360. Not quite to the last trick just yet. Lars now, through the turtle parts, floor 8 here, and it feels like this floor 8 is slowly but surely becoming kind of just like a casual floor again. Elcon reset, yeah, got stuck on the tree. Day 6 was the first day without the new floor. Or, like, from last night to now. That's been, yeah. We will see how we move forward. Lars now to the cat room. I should disable this metal plugin. I don't think we need to worry about metals too much. Bouncing up. Lands it. There we go. Now to the final turtle. Lars. Setting up. Turning the car upside down. Moving forward. Carefully needs to time these. Lars has failed this at least one time. I think it was the first time Lars was trying this. Didn't quite manage, but seems to be very careful here. Moving slow. Waiting for the timing. Left wheels onto the platform. Oh, it's a bit shaky. Clips a little bit, but Lars keeps it up. Now on the flip. Lars times it. Gets it. Goes up. The problem is that there's already an emote called bleb. Can't be bleb. Lars, do the final jumps. Now get into speed. Landing looks pretty good. Jumps to the right. Landing seems to be there, and Lars will survive now. Bleb would maybe work. Could rename it. So, when you're turtling, you can swing the car back and forth by steering. That makes the car move like up and down on the side. And the idea is that you get the wheels to grip the ground, and that gives you the speed. Lars now going already in. Now, back on the turbo, a bit of a shaky landing. But Lars manages to climb back up. Approaching a personal best here. The height is almost there already, but we haven't quite reached the spot where Lars has last failed. going to be at the very late parts of this floor. I believe it's the quarter pipe jump that we saw Elko managed to do not too long ago, but Elkon, of course, did fall down, so back to the grind. Floor 4 right now for Elkon. Hazard pretty close. Lars lining up. Need to be very, very straight here to get through to the beam. Works like that, I guess. The slowdown on the turbo, but the car stays on top of it, so that's just fine. We'll try the Elkon strat. Interesting. Let's see how it goes. The Lars now up. And this quarter pipe jump hasn't given anyone trouble at all. It seems to be pretty doable. I feel like we might see these guys start like speedrunning these lines pretty soon, honestly. But this section hasn't been so easy. Lars a little slow maybe, but the landing works. Maybe just getting a little bit of a wonky landing there, but just fine. Manages to land. Go back up. 1,000 meters high and very close to personal best here. In terms of height, happy with that line. We've seen players do a neo slide here, a trick that allows you to do a small drift at lower speeds. A little bit tricky to learn, but Lars manages to do it. Should have the speed to the turbo, gets it, jumps up, lands the quarter pipe, and now we are at a personal best potential. So apparently Lars might try the Elkon approach, which essentially means that you line up from here, left side of the hole, and go towards this direction, then jump with a low line, instead of going from the right side and lining up here and taking a high jump. And this seems to be a player difference here that we've seen. But yeah, Lars indeed, lining up the Elkon strategy. It was working very nicely for Elkon. It's gonna work for Lars. Maybe just making sure, maybe watching what to do. Elkon, yeah, to be fair, Elkon has failed it one time now, has succeeded on it on like 4 times in a row though. The problem with Elkon was the first jump though. The main issue on this jump is getting the speed for the final landing. That's the like main speed check there, and it seems like Elkon was able to get it more consistently with this setup. Seems to be like a better approach for speed. Lars now jumps way too low, knows it as well. We'll redo this line. Luckily, you can afford to practice this a little bit, because you can jump back up to the previous spot pretty easily. Is there a different way in the approach? Like do you think it's a personal preference which side they angle? Or is it a different approach to quarter pipe as well? It's a little bit of a different line. You take like a lower jump if you do this Elkon line. It is ultimately it is personal preference though. It's a different line, whatever you're comfortable with, I guess. Only you can really decide. Lars going again. The low jump. Lands pretty late. I don't know, Lars probably will not go with this either. Testing the height though, that is smart. That's a nice idea from Lars. Not committing to the jump, but testing what the height would have been. So now Lars, with this big brain strategy, knows how much speed is required to do this jump. That's very, very clever. Is Lars trying to just maybe build the speed from here? By going back and forth? Surely not, right? Yeah. I wonder if that would be possible too. Kind of interesting. Isn't that smart because you can crash the block above and fail? No, yeah, but look. If you are too slow, then you will not do that, right? So you can kind of like still check what it's gonna be. If you have enough speed, then you're just gonna go, right? So you would always have too little speed if you're gonna like try it like this. So it should be safe. It just gives you like an idea of, okay, how does this jump really work? And even if it doesn't necessarily like tell you what to do like differently when you actually have the speed, it's still like, it can be comforting. And ease your nerves. Let's see now, Lars. Another attempt. .230 speed seems to be pretty good just before the quarter pipe goes up. Lars getting somewhere around 220, still lacking. Lining up. Lars has a chance to do a PB here. If this works out, that's a good setup. Lars will surely commit. Is it going to land? Just barely half the car on the ledge, and that seems to be enough. Lars manages. Lars makes it. Makes it through, and now we have the tough part. Going into the tunnel. That seems to have been pretty fine for most players. Then the plastic bounce, quarter pipe jump, and this landing all the way onto the pole here. That is a hard one. That has been very troublesome for all players. The issue is that you might land upside down, and then it gets difficult. Lars just has reached a new personal best. So, good progress either way. But of course, you're so close. You're so close to floor 10. Would love to get to try those first few tricks there. Now that you're here. Elcon again climbing. Elcon seems to have hit some incredible point where Elcon is just able to reach floor 7 without big issues. I feel like Elcon is constantly up here. It's such a drastic change from what we saw from Elcon like a day or two ago. Was a lot of struggle on like floor 0 to 4, but this time Elcon really feeling it, it seems. Doing nicely. Of course, testing the angle. Elcon and Bren are tied for the world record right at the end of floor 10 now. Lars going for it a bit slow, but it is enough. Not making it easy, but it works out. Doesn't need to be easy, it's deep too. Now Lars already knows the setup. Well, probably knows. The plastic bounce. It's been figured out. Of course, there could still be something else as well. Could be some other strategy that we haven't seen yet, but we'll see. Lines it up the same way as everyone else, yeah. Not trying to do anything different. Just lining it up. Knows that this works. needs to run right into the plastic ahead, bounce back, get a clean landing. Elcon falling down on the side there. Back to floor 3. Lars going in now, committing. Now it has to work, jumping to the left, gets the landing, the quarter pipe up. The line looks promising, is it going to land? Lars makes it, first try, Lars has landed on the infamous pole here. We might have a shot at floor 10. These few jumps here are not so easy. They might be easier than the quarter pipe jump though, but on first try there might be some surprises, so Lars has to be able to get clean landings on both. Going on to this block here, dropping to this ramp, jumping up here, and this is floor 10. That's how close it is. Lars knows it for sure. Lars has for sure seen people get these lines, so the pressure is up. Carefully lining it up. Maximum speed. Lars going in. Hesitating. Maybe just testing it out. Checking the lines. Now. Still not sure. Trying it out. Maybe just making sure that the line is going to go right. Going again. Committing this time. Lands the first. It's a little bit to the side. Lars, unfortunately, will fall to a platform we haven't seen before. Well, there's a plastic thing here. I have no idea where we are right now. Okay, looks like it might be possible to jump towards floor 8 from here. Oh, actually. No, I think you jump to this pool here. If you can, just going here and taking speed and landing in this pool. That's probably gonna be it. That was looking like Lars was gonna fall off the entire map there, but no. Still savable. Maybe also, I suppose you could also land this one. Yeah, actually no. You can land directly here. Just go forward. Yeah, this is the next part anyway, so looks even safer than dropping down into the pool, and Lars will do that. Now for the last part of floor 8 again. Has to unfortunately clear the entirety of floor 9 once more, but hey, at this point we say that it's good practice. The line, the jump, turn around, turns to the left. That is a little bit of a difference between Lars and others. Is the jump going to work? It looks a little bit off, but barely clips the landing and gets up. Lars gets another shot. It's always better to land into floor 8 than on floor 0, that's for sure. So Lars, well, probably take this opportunity, getting the speed, landing the first one, now on top of the turbo. Line is good, but no, it clips. It's a little too short. It is possible to recover this. I don't know if Lars has been here before. Needs to drop down to the hole on the right and tries it. Gets it. Seems to be aware of the recovery path. Oh, this looks scary. Okay, Lars, with a little bit of less speed, still gets landing, no problem. And back we go, on to the right, then back to the start. The recovery paths on this floor are pretty long, they're not so simple, but you can do them fairly often. Lars makes it. Back we go. Once more. Speed is there. No, just the landing. It's a little dicey. Lars needs to get a little bit to the side to fit the car on the beam. We'll get 3 wheels on track now, and it should be enough. Lars will survive. Hopping ahead. Back to the plastic. Line looks pretty good. Lars corrects it a little bit. Feels very clean. The front wheels a little bit in a tricky position, but as long as Lars stays on the turbo, it should be okay. A bit scary. One more wheel on the turbo. Well, it's 3 now. Just needs that one more. Maybe could go with 2 wheels only. Yeah, Lars is gonna try it actually. Yeah, works out. Same thinking, great minds, etc. Much safer than going for the recovery there. Driving with 2 wheels, it's fine. Back to the quarterpipe. Nails it. Let's see now. Can Lars get back? Bit of a close landing, but speed is there for sure. Just going right into the next section. Releases quite a bit. Will it reach the turbo? Yes. Just barely reaches it. Doesn't clip the landing. That could have been really scary. But as long as you do get a lot of the turbo, you will have the speed for the final jump as well. Now, for the Elcon setup. Worked out before. Could work again. Jumps it. Landing is too far. Lars will redo this. Taking very safe height from here. Very, very, very safe. But I mean, you don't want to fail this jump. This is the last jump you want to fail here. Back we go. Again, back wheel on the wall, and we go again. Landing looks very clean. 230 speed is there, but is the line? Again, Lars. Living on the edge. Pretty much literally as well. very similar looking landing as the previous one, but it does work out. Maybe a little bit of fortune with this, but you know, Lars makes it work. Now for the next part. Just goes right into it. Not too much thinking there, but the speed is enough. Now just needs to land again. The line, it looks pretty far left and it hits the ceiling. Lars will be able to recover this, but will not make the pole. Should be fine for a little bit now. On this floor, the platform with the sound block seems to be reachable from another direction by some plastic tracks. Really look if there's another possible route, or if it's only safe route, please. I can check after Lars's run. Remind me. Lars, getting more and more comfortable with this floor, though. The Elcon line seems to be working. It is the final part now that is ending these attempts. This transition from the quarter pipe to the road is actually a little bit scary as well. We don't really talk about it because they don't really fail it. But the reason why Lars needs like 10 attempts on this is because it's safe to fail, right? Safe to fail one way. Oof, that was a little bit riskier, but makes it up. If you stay on the low ground, you will not end your run, right? But if you go too far to the right side, you go too high, fall all the way down. So a little bit scary, but Lars makes it through. Oh, very close to the gap there. But Lars gets another try. Thank you, little. Appreciate it. Lars is fine, getting mega safe speed here. Jumping to the left. Works out. We go once more. The landing onto the second quarter pipe. That seems to be what's really hurting Lars's attempts right now. And it did end one of Elcon's runs as well, so that might be the hardest part of this strategy. Lars goes again. This doesn't look like the line at all. Where is it going to go? To the water below. Lars a little bit luckier than Elcon a while ago. Will be able to continue. Doesn't go for the fast recovery, which is a lot riskier. Going to redo the final turtle. This one should be fairly easy to do. There's even a block that allows you to recover if your right side wheels here drop off the platform, and I think Lars will probably... Well, will not need it, actually. Goes safe enough. Then to a turtle. It's not easy to do. Keeping the car stable. Right in the middle. Now timing these narrow parts. Gets the first. Light slowdown, but it works out. Second one, perfect. Looked a little bit scary there. Lars almost going a bit too far with the right side wheels on the ground. I guess technically left side wheels, but you know, I'm just gonna look at it from this perspective, yeah. Now gets the final jumps. Again at the left side turn, why not? Seems to be working. Goes very close to the pole there, but it works out. Is the jump going to work as well? Yes, Lars once more. Getting further and further. Now, we also have Kubas here on floor 6, which is interesting. In case you don't know, Kubas is one of the mappers. So, you don't need to worry about Kubas getting super high here, generally speaking. Kubas will probably stop the run before getting to new area here. Welcome everyone. Welcome to Lars's run here. Close to PB. Mappers are not eligible for prizes, no. Let's see now. Hey, Virtual, thank you for the raid. Welcome. Good to have you here. We're currently watching Lars try to do a personal best. If you want ads, they will have to wait a little bit. We're watching a potential top 3 run, maybe even. We'll see. Lars on some pretty high ground here. Virtual has reached these 2, I've heard. Hasn't been on the server, but we're gonna check now. Lars getting further and further. Lars has been failing some of the final jumps on this floor now. Actually failed the very last jump, which was very unfortunate just now. We're gonna watch this run, guys. It's a very important run. Alright? Idoozy, thank you for the 3 gift subs. Welcome everyone though. Welcome, welcome. Give it a moment. Okay, I see that you want ads. Alright, after the run. Okay, deal? I appreciate you guys. Welcome to the stream. I've been casting Deep now for the whole week. Super cool runs we've been experiencing. And Lars is on another one. Deal. Alright. After this run, alright? Lars has been doing very well on this strat. I don't know if you guys have seen the 2 strats here. Some players lining up this on the right side and going for a high quarter pipe jump. But Lars here is adopting a strategy from Elcon. Going for this low line. This time not happy with the setup. We'll retry this. So Lars will try this very low jump, very clean landing. This looks good. The speed should be enough. It's 232 and Lars nails it. Gets the landing. And now gets another attempt potentially on the final part of this. Landing into the tunnel. Now for the big one. Lining for the plastic bones. Jumping back here. Landing it in. Jumping to the left and then the quarter pipe. The speed is a little bit low. Is it enough? to land on the pole. Oh, Lars manages to barely get it, and the car doesn't turtle. These are the jumps where Lars was last seen. So Lars has a potential here. 2 jumps remain. Lars knows how to do them. Landing to the right on the ramp, and then taking the next ramp onto floor 10. Lars's mistake last time was to jump a little bit on the side of the second ramp that we can see ahead there. So jumped a little bit from the side, got a bit of a barrel roll. The height wasn't enough. So Lars now needs to figure out the line. Needs to figure out, how do I correct this? How am I going to get a better line towards floor 10? That's probably what's going on in Lars's mind. Now, setting it up. Going already. Lands the first. It's still a little bit to the side. Lars releases and manages to get the speed. Lars, a great adjustment there. Learning from the previous line. And manages to get to floor 10. An incredible achievement that only a few players have been able to match. Lars on a very promising run. Now we go to Ice Gold by Maverick, floor number 10. And we've seen a few players here. Lars the 4th to get to this point. Bren has been making it to the very final parts of this floor. Elcon today, 1 shot. It's all the way... Oh, right, we had the deal. Okay, sure. After the run... Oh, true, I did say after the run. That's actually true. But maybe Lars will discover enough. Okay, guys. Well, let's just do it so I don't forget. Okay, one second. Alright. I appreciate it, guys. Very glad to have you here. I think I'm already in windowed portals. Am I? No, hold on. Okay, 1 second. 1 second. It's a new territory for Lars, so I think this first part will probably go fine. That's sort of expected. 180, okay. Alright, I'll do it, alright? Hey. I appreciate you. Okay, here you go, enjoy, hope you get some good ones. Oh god, you guys. Sometimes I feel like I live in the Twilight Zone. But hey, Lars, still checking in. Has reached a monumental achievement here. Eight ads, someone says. God damn, this website. Hazard indeed still has water guard. I can really quickly show to those who only got 1 ad. It's okay. Here's something else. So we have a lot of ice, we have a lot of plastic, we have a lot of stuff here. What you need to do here, you need to take icy wheels and zoop through the dirt, land in here. You need to then go around and ice slide, avoiding falling here. Then we have some tube jumps, we have some speed checks here, big jump to the water, some narrow ice and snow sections, and finally we have the greatest section that players are loving so far, the ice spin, ice 360. It's right here. Elcon managed to do this twice in a row, so Elcon, the ice master, has been having a pretty good time, but here, this section, just before this, I don't know what this is. This is some double half-pipe ice plastic thing, which we haven't seen yet. That is what we're kind of waiting for someone to reach, and waiting for someone to get there. Guys, I can't play ads after playing ads. It's not possible, my friends. There's a cooldown on Twitch. It's not... I can't do it. It doesn't allow me to click the button, even if I wanted to. How long? I don't know. One minute. Wait, oh, hold on. I think actually the previous ads are still playing. I don't even know if it's the cooldown yet. I feel like it's still the ad break. Look, I'll check into it soon. But I'm just enjoying the content. Yeah, honestly, I'm enjoying this run as well, though. That is the big one. Thank you, Zartan, for the Prime. Whiplash Shane also for the tier 1. Very much appreciate you guys. Sorry if I missed anyone. I think there might have actually been some... Oh no, I don't... Okay. There were the doozy gifted 3 subs. Appreciate that a lot. Maybe I missed some. I'm so sorry. Alexandrian, thank you for the 100. Steve for the tier 1 as well. Candy in the Sky for the Prime 2. Thank you very much, guys. You're so generous. Lars is on the move. Alright. Lars has figured out what to do in the first parts. Probably has checked some VOD. Maybe seen some new stunts here. This first one hasn't been too troublesome so far. Just going carefully around the ice and then saving yourself here. That's fine. You don't need to save this. All you have to do, you have to go back up the hill, go back onto the ice, get icy wheels, and with icy wheels, you're able to steer around this dirt and zoop, get some speed. Lars just trying it out. Doesn't want to commit to something that he's unfamiliar with. So now, with that small test run, we might get the real attempts. Not quite yet, no. Lars still checking it out. The game, thank you for the tier 1 as well. Hazard also climbing. Floor 7 right now. Could be something promising. Icy wheels in. Lars going for it. Zooping in. Not happy with the line. You don't want to overcommit if you're not sure. Now. Goes again. Seems to be ready. Is the line correct? Yes. Lars makes the landing. Oof, a bit of a scary turnaround there, but Lars is fine. We'll be able to try the next part. Now needs to go up the ice hill and then carefully ice slide. Carefully ice slide from here, avoiding the turbo. Turbo is not your friend at all here. Around here, not falling down onto this point. This is where you can stop again. That's where you can rest, but everything before that you do need to do on one go. Lars. The lineup. Going now up the hill carefully. Lining up for the ice slide. Starting it and seems to be safe. At this point you should be able to climb up. Lars gets to the safe point. Getting further and further here. Ready to go already? Maybe? Lars? That's not enough speed, Lars. I'm not sure what the plan was there. We've seen players get like maximum speed essentially for that. I think we don't need speed here. Ouch. That is an unfortunate misreading of that jump. But saves it to floor 7 at the very least. Now we deserve an ad. So for watching the content, you deserve it. God damn it. Okay, it's 3 minutes on cooldown right now, alright? I can't. 3 minute cooldown. That's what it says. Alright? Okay, in 3 minutes, I will click the button. And then... Surely that's enough, yeah? Okay. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you looking out for me, supporting the cast here. Volley, thank you so much for the 100. Hazard here, by the way. Pretend like you are an ad. Like, look, this run is essentially gonna be an ad for Hazard. This guy has been so consistent. Jumping up, landing clean. Going into the cat's room. Getting some good fortune right here. Going already though. Not really staying for long. Just getting back in now. To a Twitch Prime ad. There's this thing called Twitch Prime that if you have an Amazon Prime subscription, it comes with a free subscription to Twitch. You can use on any channel you want. That's good to know, yeah? Just so you know. Albino Blue Sheep, thanks so much for the Prime. Appreciate it. Oh, Hazard in a bit of a tricky position. I'm not sure. Needs to turn the other side. Oh, will fall down, but Hazard can make it back. Can just drive back and make it to the next section. DJ Busty, Skender, Secret, thanks so much for the primes. Oh god. You guys are truly too kind. Hazard has been really good at these turtles though. Lining it up so confidently, like when you look at someone like Lars or Elcon do it, it just feels a bit more shaky. It feels like there's a little bit more hesitation, a little bit more like just lining things up, but Hazard is seemingly just going, just driving through it, and it's just so impressive. Now for the final jumps here. Lines it up to the right. Lands it. Small wheel clip, that doesn't really matter. Works out just fine. Jumpai, thanks so much for the prime as well. Oh, that plays piece of coach. Remind me again later. Ads time, did you guys actually check it on the clock? Okay, fine, alright. It's 50 seconds still. Either Twitch clock is wrong or it hasn't been 3 minutes. Oh, Hazard barely staying on the block. Yeah, 50 seconds, not 10 seconds. Hazard, there is a recovery path even if Hazard doesn't make this save, but okay, looks promising. Alright, well, it works out. Great recovery from Hazard. Has been doing this so much. Let's watch this one jump, okay? This is one jump, yeah? Lining it up. Lands the turbo, a bit shaky, but Hazard on the beam. Okay, okay. Alright, yeah, now indeed, it is there. Okay, I'll click the button, alright? I'll click the button. We're already back up. Apologies. Missing that jump, but Hazard hasn't struggled with that at all. Good landing. Let's see now. Hazard, back to the turbo, back to the quarter pipe. Here we go. It's fine, guys. We have some good runs going on right now. But I appreciate you. Let's see now. Hazard has been looking so clean here. But look at this line. It's a little bit of a difference from what Lars was doing. Hazard still going for this old line. Barely fast enough. Perfect line there to make it with a little bit low speed. Seems to be working for Hazard and Bren. No? Plastic Bounce doesn't hesitate at all, just goes for it. The landing works, now the line. Seems to be on the pole. Is it going to turtle though? Yes, but Hazard goes backwards, wants to fall to the platform just below, but doesn't quite happen. But this is recoverable. We'll be able to get back to the beginning of the level. So we are not done just yet. Needs to land this beam here. Carefully. Gets it. A few more jumps. We're back in the beginning. Hazard getting good practice. Could you tell us newcomers something about yourself? I'm SP Willem. I'm from Finland. You might have heard of me about 3 years ago when Virtual was coaching me to learn things in this game. Did a couple videos on that. And since then, it's been a few years and a few thousand hours of Trackmania. I've been building a bunch of maps. It's been, it was me, yes. I've built a map called Threat of Ariadne, which you might have heard of if you've heard of big Trackmania maps. And there's some other projects like my campaign from last year. Maybe you've seen Virtual's video on my campaign from about a year ago as well. That could also be something. I am still building Core, which is another endurance map that I'm working on right now. What is Finland like? A little bit cold still. Well, getting warmer. Hazard, back in, working nicely. Is casting a new exercise for you? Do you like it? I've been doing some like smaller tournaments before as well. It's enjoyable, yeah. I mostly, honestly, in this event, I really enjoy just watching the progression. It's so cool. I'm so glad that I didn't choose to get hard stuck on like floor 2 all the time, because I wouldn't be good enough to really compete on this at all. So the thing that I'm really happy with is that I chose to follow these guys. And I know a lot about like a lot of players and their different strats and stuff like this. So that's so cool to like discover the new ideas and slight differences in lines. So I'm really enjoying this so far. Cool event. Oh. Didn't build any parts to this, but maybe Deep Dip 3. We'll see. Hazard still going for the old strategy, jumping high, looks pretty clean. But Hazard not happy with that, clips the wall a little bit. We'll retry this. It does seem a little bit less consistent in terms of the setup. Sometimes I feel like you might just get a little bit unlucky and not really go a little bit like too far to the back, so you clip this wall slightly. I'm guessing that Lars's run is still alive. I think just taking a break maybe. At least was before. But Hazard going again. This looks better. 230 speed. Not quite there, but Hazard commits. It is enough though. 226 and Hazard does make the jump again. I'm only on the server, so I haven't seen the runs from anyone who plays in solo. Now for the last one. Hopefully the turtle doesn't happen again. A little bit of a bounce on the wall, but doesn't seem to affect the speed too much. Now to the top of the pole. And it's another turtle again. But this time Hazard may be able to do a cleaner save. Wow. The control? That's incredible. Such a narrow space to drop down to. Hazard saves like a couple minutes probably. Has done that before as well. It's so impressive. Back to the turbo. Landing in. Like, you know, these are sort of the difficult turtle parts for Hazard, right? The floor 8 stuff is kind of like, you know, that's kind of beginner stuff. These are the turtle things that Hazard is doing, that no one else is doing. Landing, clean. Speed is there. Line, looks good. Once more. Hazard looking super consistent on this jump, even with this old strategy that seems to be a little bit slower than the one that Elcon and Lars have been using now. Current wall record is tied between Bren and Elcon at the very end of floor 10. Hazard once more. Lands it. Another chance. Now just needs final ramps to work, and we're back to floor 10. Hazard has been there multiple times, but has not yet cleared the ice spin, as far as I know. Perfect line, a little bit slow actually, but makes it through. Goes directly onto the ice. Takes the speed, has been through these sections multiple times before. Hazard had a pretty incredible run last night that lasted 3 hours. And on that run, Hazard made it to floor 3, floor 10 3 separate times. So, very close landing there. So these jumps Hazard has done multiple times, just hasn't got the spin yet. Let's see now. Lining it up. Goes a bit far, and Hazard unfortunately not able to start the ice slide early enough. Will it be a floor 7 save? Will it be a floor 6 save? Oh, floor 5. Looks like floor 3. Maybe not even that. The run unfortunately ends there. Not quite getting the ice slide started on time. So we turn our eyes on to Carl Jr. currently. Trying to get towards floor 6, I guess. PB is actually at 710. Seems pretty solid. That should be at the end of floor 6. I don't think that's quite floor 7 though. Oh yeah, the floor 9 thing that was asked about. Most likely there's just recovery paths, but there's a lot of like beams and such here, so it's kind of like there could be some secrets as well. For example, like here, the recovery of going over this wall here, that kind of works. And it saves a lot of time compared to the safe way here, where you would need to land over here and do the same thing. It's the same place where you get, but ultimately it's a little bit safer to go over the wall here. So, what was the sound thing again? I'm not sure where it even is. Oh, here, right? So, yeah, I did see that. I think Elcon was thinking about dropping onto this and driving all the way here. That seemed to be like maybe an alt strat. Looks kind of scary though. I don't really know. Maybe this works, but this might be kind of bad. Doesn't really seem super safe. It could work though, but maybe a wall trigger strat. Looks like, you know, the tunnel jump here, landing into here, it doesn't seem to be a big problem. So, yeah, everyone has been going for that right now. You have good vibes, and it's so calming to listen to you. Hey, thank you, Frog. I appreciate that. That's what we try to do here. What's your favorite obstacle so far? Actually, a good question. I feel like there's so many different ones, so much diversity that I can't really pick a favorite. But I do think some of the, like, floor 5 things are super creative, for example. Ads? No, it's fine. It's okay, guys. It's alright. We already ran a bunch. Oh, Carl, too fast into this. Fine. I appreciate the will to support, but it's already been plenty, guys. It's all good. We can focus on the grind now. Let's see. Was Elcon still on the server, by the way? No, it seems like Elcon has left. Hazard is on the server, but probably taking a break here. I think it's mostly Lars right now, getting some runs going. Show us floors 11 to 16. I'm kind of discovering them with the players. I haven't actually looked through those at all. I'm kind of getting to that discovery phase together with the players, which I think is kind of fun. Try to figure things out as they get there. So it's a little bit of a secret, but run a Villa ad? I mean, I can advertise my own schedule, yeah. I've been, most of the stuff I do is pretty mapping focused. So we do some mapping competitions and we do map requests as well. If you're, you know, learning how to build maps and stuff, that's what we do on the weekends, usually on Saturdays, but this week we might change the schedule a little bit for the deep grind. And yeah, I also built a bunch of maps myself. Usually some semi-big projects. I will eventually build my campaign for 2024 at some point. But yeah, for now I'm basically just casting the top players here on the server. I'm doing this every single day. And we are following something like 8 to 10 hours a day. Elcon, Hazard, Lars have been making really good progress now. It's gonna be interesting to see if anyone can get through that floor 11, floor 10 still today, or if we're gonna have some waiting to do. It could even be multiple days before anyone gets the last trick on floor 10. It looks pretty cursed. Do you think they'll ever improve the console map editor? I guess they might slightly, but it's a little bit of a discount editor for sure. Missing a lot of things that are kind of basic in the keyboard editor. Thank you for all the follows, by the way. Very much appreciate that. Alan, for the kind words in the chat too. I've missed some, but very much. I did read some there quickly, and I appreciate you guys. can you talk about the mappers of the later floors a bit? Yeah, sure. I actually can. It's a good question. So here we can see the full mapper list. So Maverick, the floor 10 mapper, is kind of like a royal mapper. It's a 3 versus 3 game mode. Is it still 3 versus 3? I don't know. They changed it entirely now and nobody likes it and whatever. But a lot of those royal maps have kind of like very narrow plastic parts, and we can kind of see that mapping style in the like narrow parts, and also the pipes and everything. That's very like royal. So Maverick style very visible on floor 10. Then we have Scythe Lord, who Scythe Lord is a khaki enjoyer. If you are coming from the virtual community, you might know what khaki is, but it's a competition with like mega impossible, sometimes lucky and random, glitchy maps that you're supposed to clear and try to finish the entire map pack before, not necessarily before others, but you're supposed to, you know, get the highest amount of maps finished during the competition. And it doesn't end there, because Viro, also a Finnish mapper, builds insanely dank khaki maps a lot, so I'm scared of this one. And Kubas also, khaki enjoyer, very strong player and mapper as well. There was actually one time when I built a khaki map, and there was like 15 finishes on my khaki map total. Kubas, I think, finished my khaki map like 20 times alone. Like, finished the map more than anyone else finished it combined. So this guy scares me. Plexity, I think, you know, the crystal level is gonna be very interesting. We'll see. And Whiskey has been building some trial stuff in the past year. We've seen some pretty interesting maps as well. So Whiskey also really good mapper. Jumper, I'm actually not too familiar with Jumper's style, to be honest. But I don't expect it to be any easier than these other floors, because it's up here. And then Sparkling W, the main organizer of the campaign, so that's probably gonna be a pretty dank floor as well. We'll see what's ahead of us. Honestly, it's difficult to predict, but I'm excited to see what they have been cooking. What's the hardest part about mapping? Probably patience. You need to be very patient when like decorating maps and stuff. So you do need to like not give up too easily. Not say like, oh, this is good enough. Like to actually make good maps, you need to be very patient and playtest a lot and make sure that everything is like well designed and clean and consistent. Virtual hasn't quite reached floor 10 as far as I know, has made it to the end parts of floor 9 as well. Any tips on designing a tower map like this? I don't really know. I haven't built one myself, so it's difficult to say. I guess, like, you know, the progression, the learning curve and the progression of the map, like, does it go from easy to hard and stuff? That's probably good to plan out before you place a single block to the map. Can you show the finish line? I can. It is all the way up there. I'm not even high enough at all. Here. There's the finish line. Presumably. Anyway, probably there. So, right now, if we look at the entire tower, right now our best players have made it about here. This is where floor 10 ends. Right about where my mouse is right now. So from there, you need to go all the way there. It's quite the journey still ahead. But it is significant to also consider that, okay, we've gone from all the way through these all parts to this point. So that's all done in a week. So that's, you know, in some sense, there's like, you know, something to be optimistic about as well, but it's gonna be a long grind for sure. The ice spin is not the last trick. There's whatever this is. If we go back real quick. So this is the trick that no one has gotten to yet. So Bren and Elcon both have failed the drop down from this dirt block onto this. So here's the ice spin, right? This is the spin. You land here, you ice slide all the way up, and then because you have wet icy wheels, they will stay on the plastic as well. So you need to ice slide through the plastic as well. Go up here carefully, go onto the dirt. Bren and Elcon have managed to get it to this point, but this landing hasn't worked. So whatever this is, we don't even know, because no one has really quite gotten to this point. It seems like you might need to go up here, get speed, go back, drop here maybe, and then go all the way through this, and bounce backwards onto this thing, and then avoid the hole. I don't know what I'm looking at, honestly. We just need to wait for someone to get here to try it out. This looks... I'm gonna put it this way, I'm glad I'm not playing the map. Is there a beginner mapping tutorial? There's some on YouTube, yeah. If you search. And also, if you have any questions, my community is very mapper focused, so if you have anything you're wondering about, you can join my Discord, or you can just ask here on the stream. There's usually someone who can help you out. Okay. What did they do to Royal? Sorry, I'm catching up with chat very slowly. So they changed the entire game mode to like a system where you need to do every section multiple times. Like you have 5 separate sections on a Royal map, and previously, as long as one of your teammates cleared one section, you could join them on the next part. But now there's some star system where you need to clear individually, you need to clear every section multiple times, I think. And it was completely like, nobody asked for it. It's weird, and the Royal community is begging for an idea to change it back, or, you know, to just about anything to it, but so far, no luck. And it's been like that for months now. It seems to be a pretty rough situation for that community. Maybe there's, you know, something cooking though, hopefully. Moji and Lentillion built floors 1 and 2 respectively. Have a good night, Sigurd. Take care. Everyone else who's maybe getting some rest as well. Happy to have had you here. Okay, I'm still catching up with chat. Which Kaki map did Kubas do 20 times? It was the Magnet Kaki map that I needed 64 hours to validate. But that was the time when I was still bad, okay? I feel like my newest Kaki maps are still very hard. Okay, look, guys, if you're wondering... Alright, we've been talking about Kaki maps. Real quick, Lars will probably make it through here. Really quickly, I will show you guys one of my Kaki maps. Just to give you an idea of what that is. So you kind of get an idea of why I'm scared. Why I'm scared of these last few mappers. So they will probably not be quite this difficulty. This is my Kaki map for the previous season, last year. Some of you might already know what it is. But just like this is a Kaki map. And this kind of stuff the other mappers are building too, and I'm scared. I'm scared for the final floors. I don't know what's going on here. I built this map and I don't know what's happening, by the way. I don't know what this is at all. But it's a bug slide, jump here, and then water, turn the car in the air, jump up the wall ride, and then into the finish. This is a Kaki map. One of the harder ones for sure. But, you know, it's... yeah, that's something. Anyway. So... yeah, especially the Vero floor, I think... that might be a lot. Can you give a fly-through of the last 6 stages, or is it against the rules? It's not against the rules, but I kind of, personally, I'm trying to discover everything with the players, so I'm sort of waiting for the players to get to those points as well. Or did Lars fall? Maybe. Elcon is back on the grind though. Wait, I'm not in spectator. Elcon speedrunning early floors. Thought that Chroma built the final jump? Maybe, I'm not sure. I don't know much other than seeing the mappers on the sign. It's okay, Elective Bob. I just appreciate you being here, you know? It's all good. Good evening, Hooch. Presumably the finish line is inside the crown, yes. You know why they postponed the initial first release date of Deep Dip 2? Probably because of the map updates. Not the map updates, game updates. There's been a few patches that have altered physics of some surfaces. Previously it was wood surface, and it's also been ice surface a couple times in the couple past few years. So I'm, for example, working on a pretty big map myself. It's a 20-minute plus long end range map. A bit different, very different actually in this to this style, but still, I've been working on that for, you know, a pretty long time now. A bit on and off maybe, but we're pretty actively working on it again. And that map has broken. That has map an ice level. There's an ice level that lasts for about 4 minutes or so. And I had to remake that level pretty largely, like, you know, maybe 50% both times, because there were 2 ice patches that completely broke a lot of it. So I know the pain of building a project like this. The longer the project takes, the more likely you are to have to deal with these patches and have to remake a lot of stuff, because the developers just change things up. Probably the reason. Are the mappers allowed to take part? Not eligible for the prizes, no. Got into Trackmania during 3rd of Ariadne, and it's still my absolute favorite map to watch. Thank you. It has held up pretty well. People are still playing it after 2.5 years. Luxity also said on Techie stream that he's 100% sure his floor won't be one shot. Okay. Let's see then. Well, we'll see. I might need some hydration, guys. Well, let me catch up to the chat. Is the map even validated? So how it's validated is that they did a segmented run. Oh, well, con. Okay, works out. So they, let's actually switch the course a little bit higher up. They did a segmented run, meaning that they played every floor separately, and then they added 25% of the combined time to that. So the validation time is 54 minutes, 32 seconds, and 10 hundredths. So it's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. And that is basically 125%, roughly, of like a semi-good segmented run. So author time should be beatable, but it's probably not super easy. Now that the playlist is going, that's fine. Probably posted that like 5 minutes ago. It's okay, I'm scrolling. Any guesses as to when the map will be beaten? My initial guess is that was that it would take at least 10 days. I feel like at this point it's probably gonna be at least 15 days. That's my current guess. Hard to say without having really seen the difficulty of the last few floors. I am from Finland. Timo has gotten to floor 8 today. Has gotten to the last turtle, I think. So pretty close to the end. How high is this map in comparison with the game's ceiling? Others stated how much higher can they go. So this map is about 250 blocks, and that is just about as high as you can go with like normal means, which doesn't mean normal means. That is not doable in vanilla game. You need Open Planet for it, which is like a plugin manager, basically. So with plugins, you can create maps that are 255 in height, but with some hackerman ways, you can create higher maps as well. I'm not really sure what the actual limit is. I think there's no like real hard limit, but it's probably the game will probably at some point just break. But I feel like at least 1,000 height, so 4 times higher, would probably be okay. It would probably be a pretty laggy map, but yeah. Ideas for Deep Dip 3, I suppose. Like 50 floors. Let's go. What would you say is your signature as a mapper? I guess endurance maps. I feel like I have a pretty good idea of how to build longer maps at this point, even though I haven't built many. Cleared a black section 3 times and got out first round when I was playing Super Royal yesterday, because my teammate didn't finish white section. Yeah, it doesn't seem like the Royal community really likes these changes. Oh god, I'm only catching up with the Royal things now, and I said it so long ago. Nice stream followed, thank you, Plasma. Is there a map like this for newer players? There's a map called Bennett 40 something. That was the first map that they made, so you might enjoy that one. It's a lot easier. It's still pretty difficult. If you're like a very new player, like you started like this week or something, it might be pretty rough, but it is a lot easier. And there's checkpoint versions of those older maps as well, so that might be something. Hello, Savias. Good to see you, dude. I know Virtual was driving this map on his own for bandwidth reasons. Do we have any idea of how many drivers are trying this map right now? I would guess that 95% of the players are on the server. They're playing here, even if it gives a little bit less FPS, but it's very individual. I think Virtual had some like pretty severe FPS issues, but some players have a little bit less. So even if you have like, you know, 20 less FPS on this server, then you might just play on the server for the sort of community sort of experience, you know, might give you some mental support to see other players also trying out this monster. 85 very plus map, thank you. Oh, Corch, this might actually save. Plastic, flipping, come on. Oof. That's a pretty wild one, but works out. Corch will try this. Speed slide again. Here you need to do small wiggles to increase your speed, called speed sliding. You can get a little bit faster. Corch still a bit too slow. Maybe another time. This looks a bit rougher to save. Maybe some other save possible. No. Unfortunate. Good attempt though. Elcon getting there as well. How do you like the design of the floors? Very good so far. Looks really, really interesting how many styles there are. The themes are really nice. How long did it take to make this tower map? I am not sure. Haven't heard that. Would be interesting to know. Yeah, I think the Royal changes, like, they're probably coming from a good place, but they seem to have absolutely missed the mark on what to actually change, you know? Keki maps are very difficult, sometimes random and luck-based maps that you might need, like, dozens of hours to finish. Usually they're very short though. Usually they're like 15 to 30 seconds long. So there's some like elements that are similar to Keki maps on this map, but generally speaking, you know, this is still like more consistent and a little bit easier than khaki maps usually are. If we look at individual tricks, so khaki maps have like 1 or 2 tricks usually, maybe 3 at most, and you're supposed to just like grind those and try to finish the map like 1 time. So this one has obviously like 1,000 tricks that you need to chain in a row. So the tricks individually are more consistent and a little bit easier generally as well. But there are some similarities between the two styles. Yeah, I'm only spectating right now. Have been casting these top attempts from Ilkorn, Hazard, and Bren. There's some other players that have been doing really well on the server as well. Lars getting a new PB not too long ago. Getting to floor 10 as well. Bren's record is still on the very ending part of floor 10. Same as Elkon. Good night, RPD. Okay, did I catch up? Not yet. I'm still scrolling. Is there full speed in Deep Dive 2? I don't think you would have the space to build full speed too much. But there's some speed checks for sure. Is there a way to use old physics on older maps? Like keyed to the map release date? Yes, you can download the old map bases, the custom map bases, by typing in ! map base to the chat. It gives you a link to get either the new or old map bases. But also it's possible with a plugin called Editor++ to change the normal stadium physics to the old wood. It's doable. I don't know how to do it. I've never done it myself, but I know it's possible. Elkon? Climbing. Looks pretty solid so far. Getting to the tricky parts of floor 7, but still far from the PB. Go get the drink now. Once I catch up with chat, okay? Do physics in Trackmania change that often? Not really that often as of now, but they had like 2 ice patches within 6 months from each other. Like, you know, 6 months and then 1 ice patch. Replaced the previous one, and they also changed like water physics, and they recently in November they changed how wood works. So they changed like the really quick. This surface here, that's like the support pillar, this used to work differently. It used to follow the same physics as concrete before, but now it has like a super high grip surface. Elkon! No! I've been wondering about this strategy from Elkon. Elkon going for the ice slide strategy there, it looks so shaky sometimes. And this time, yeah, it's gonna go too far. No end date to the event. It's gonna end when 3 people have finished it. Is this the biggest event in Trackmania history? Kinda depends how you look at it, I guess. In terms of price pool, Ascension is still higher. That's been to like 50k. But it's hard to say. Like, collectively on Twitch, I think it's getting there. Like, just like seeing how Trackmania Twitch is sort of popping off, I feel like it has to be one of the biggest. Elkon speedrunning. Chaining everything. Okay. Uh-huh, yeah. Understandable. Did they offer you to build a floor? No, I could have taken part in the public competition, but I had other mapping projects at the time. My second endurance map is not yet finished, but it's being worked on actively. We're getting there. Hello, Mace. Thank you. Glad you're enjoying it. Did we have a water guard today? We did have an equal water guard from this guy over here. Elcon managed to reach the same point as Bren earlier today. And yeah, I mean, you know, Bren also managed. In the mornings I have enough, but in the evenings it's 40 FPS. Yeah, that's rough. In spectating I also noticed like a decrease. Okay, I've almost... I haven't caught up. I feel like every time I scroll down and... okay. Alright. I need to scroll more down. I'm never gonna catch up this way. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna miss some questions. We'll, you know, redo those. Yeah, actually, I'm like 5 hours behind, unfortunately. Alright. I'm now caught up with chat. One name to look out for, actually, is Korch. Korch has been doing some really good progress today, but has been failing on floor 7. And then also, like, Simo has been getting to floor 8 for the first time, so I'm really looking forward to some names getting further and further. Who got through in the public mapping comp? Maji. Max Chess. Who else? I ignored virtual question. Oh, where? What is his fastest pace to floor 8 or 9, do you know? Who's Elkon's? I'm not 100% sure. It's probably somewhere like floor 9 and like... what would I guess? I haven't really paid attention to the times all that much. I feel like it's somewhere in the 20-minute range though. Like Elcon has been getting some really clean runs towards floor 7, but I do think Elcon is still kind of respecting those tricks there a lot more. So kind of, you know, relaxing. I think 20 to 25 minutes, probably like floor 9. Which seems to be a similar pace for Lars as well, from what I've seen. Prize pool right now is about $27,000. We can show the exact amount. $27,254. 50% of it goes to top 1. 30% to top 2, and 20% to top 3. Okay, Maverick, Sidelord, Maji, Max Chess, Jaka, and Jumper. Okay, thank you. Those were the mapping competition winners. It's kind of crazy when you think about it though. $13,500 for finishing a Trackmania map. That's literally what it is. Go from the start to the end. You do one checkpoint. Actually, we can even make it crazier. One checkpoint. You clear one checkpoint. You get $13,500. Not bad. Fall down. Back to the start. Checkpoint of your life. Tough times. We still see people getting occasionally stuck in these areas though. These floor 0 to 2 areas, and that seems to be like the first choke point for many people. Like if we go to a public server, which I can show real quick, because it's probably going to be the same experience as yesterday. So if we just go to here, 22 people, is there any server with more? 27? 37, okay, this will do. 37 people on this server, on the public server right now. So look at the left side here. Nobody. We have 37 players. Nobody is beyond floor 1. This is the usual experience. This is the casual experience on Deep 2. I don't even know where everyone is. Is everyone AFK? What's happening? Surely... What? No, it's 17 players. What? Okay, well, alright, well, even... Okay, whatever. It's close enough. it's still kind of a difference, yeah? So it is truly not easy to even get to this point where Lars is right now, for example. Puts things into perspective. Oh. I heard about Virtual's PB, yeah. Almost got to 10 now. Lars has just reached it as well, and Elcon also reached it today, so we're getting more and more players to that area. But crucially, no one has been able to clear floor 10 yet, so the overall progression is slowing down quite a bit. We'll see what tomorrow brings. I'm really curious. Public server Voltigard probably isn't, like, outside of the players that are playing on this server, probably isn't that high at all. Bren reaching floor 10 6 times on one run. God damn it. Yeah, Hazard also had the 3-hour run last night, where there were 3 separate times to floor 10. I'm actually wondering, Virtual, since you're on the quarter pipe, I guess, if you're still here, I'm actually wondering, have you seen the Elcon and Lars strategy, as opposed to Bren and Hazard strategy here? I am wondering, like, which one you would want to go for, because the way that Bren and Hazard are doing it is they're taking the high speed from here and then doing a high jump here. But I think what can affect this is the new wood surface that can maybe alter your grip a little bit, kind of like make you fail the landing maybe more often. It does seem like we had a bit of a hint maybe earlier from the mapper that this could be closer to the strategy, kind of dropping a low jump from here into this quarter pipe, and that seems to give like more consistent speed as well from what we've seen so far. But we've also seen Lars and Elcon fail that, so I'm really curious what's gonna really happen there. Did the Bren strat? Okay. It's really interesting. There's also so many strats on this floor 5 on different sections. There's also a new strategy on the double turbo turnaround spot. I don't think there's GPS if you dive backward. From Finland, indeed. So, some stats about that quarter pipe setup. Elcon managed to do it 4 times in a row. 4 attempts, 4 times up to the road. So, that might give some information. Elcon has failed it 1 time from what I've seen. It is really interesting. Here's one of the first parts on floor 5 where we do see 2 different setups. There's the nose bounce that Lars is going for, and then there's also the side flip where you turn the car sideways, and both seem to work fine. I think it's very like up to the player what they want to go for. There's no end date. It's just gonna be the 3 finishes, and well, I mean that's gonna be the end date. But there's no like set end date. We're just gonna wait and see who gets to the top first. Even if it takes 2 months. Elcon strats are pretty promising on floor 9 so far, yeah. Granadi does go straight up the hill, and Elcon is doing it as well, but it's very sort of risky on the grass uphill that we saw. Lars, going for the new setup here, so you get to see this as well if you haven't yet. I think this is pretty well known at this point. Korch apparently found this one. Ice sliding past the turbo here, so not chaining the 2 turbos, but instead setting this up, finding the line, and then bouncing to the water. It seems to be a much easier line to set up. So we saw Corch do it first. I did hear that Carl was doing it as well, but from what I know, I have limited information, but I think Corch was using it first. That's, you know, we're trying to document history accurately here. So that's my current information, but we'll see. Carl found it 100%. Oh, okay. Corch used it first, but it's Carl's strat. Okay, I see. Okay, actually though, I need some hydration. I'm soon gonna lose my voice, so give me just a minute. I'll be back in just a moment as Lars clears these floor 6 sections. I mean, when Carl is... Who, Carl? Not, Lars is falling down, I guess. Okay, well let me... caster curse a little bit, I guess. Let's then switch to... and I'll be back in a minute. Okay then, we are getting some hydration in. Now, it might look like it's a little bit of a quiet moment, but it could be calm before the storm. Probably trying to still get towards floor 6 here, but we have players on the server, multiple, that have extremely good PBs. Lars in the floor gang, 1076, has made it to floor 10. And then we have Elcon, 1139, has also made it further into floor 10. And then we have Corch, 815. It's pretty solid as well, floor 7. To the middle of floor 7, I believe. So there's still a good amount of skill on the server. We'll wait and see. Hi Hugo, how's the grind been? I've been following. Each floor is about like a little bit more than 100 meters. I guess it kind of depends. I'm unfortunately a keyboard player myself, Pixel, so I don't know much about controllers. The spiral of blobs around the tower is just scenery. I don't think there's a hidden snake there this time. Good night, Nath. Been fun. Got a PB today, which broke a big mental barrier. Which part are you on now, actually? I don't think I caught your PB. I mean, I could, you know, we could check. You go here. Not doing too bad at all. Top 14. 719. So that's probably floor 7. Or very close to floor 7. Maybe the duck jump or something. Failed the jump to the ducks. Dude, I'm so good at this right now. I've learned to read these heights and the PBs and all the movements on the left side. I feel like I'm actually like reaching some higher level of being with like spectating this map. It's a tricky one, Hugo, but luckily it's like practicable. Like if you don't get the setup correctly, you can usually redo it. So it's a big jump. Hopefully you can get it down soon. Virtual has been to the end of floor 9. Deep 2 Wizard. So Virtual's personal best, as far as I know, I didn't see the run, but this is what I've heard, is on this section. The quarter pipe jump, jumping here, the skate park thing, and then jumping up to the road. This landing in the next obstacle to clear. Elcon, floor 3. Good progress, but still waiting for Elcon to get back to that floor 9 range. However, maybe a floor 6 here. Oh, needs to get through the turbo here. The turbo effect kind of pushes you even after you exit the turbo. So, luckily gets through it. Well saved. Now, one jump. I actually think this could be a PB for Have, reaching floor 6. Kinda looks like it from the PB height. A little bit to the side, hits the pole. Oh, that's so unfortunate. But a good attempt. Maybe a save. Maybe on floor 4. Looks like a turtle. Hard to save. Yeah. Good try though, good try. Let's follow Elcon right now. See if some runs are starting to get further. There was a new world record today afternoon, which is, you know, like, I don't know, 10 hours ago maybe. Bren made it to the end of floor 10. Not quite clearing floor 10, but to the 2 last tricks there. Elcon later equaled that world record, so there's no 2 players tied for the world record. We'll see if Elcon can get some runs going. Lars still at the bottom, maybe taking a break. Oh, Elcon, style points. Oh, Lars has left the server, so maybe Lars calling it today. One thing that I expect to happen at some point is that the players are doing shorter sessions. Because if this grind really goes through, like, you know, we are through the first week right now, right? If it goes to the second week, third week, even fourth week, I don't think it's sustainable for anyone to do like 10-hour day grinds on one map. I feel like at some point you're just gonna kind of lose it. So what I think is gonna happen at some point is that players are gonna take some breaks, some, you know, maybe even like 2 days just not playing at all, and then, you know, taking also shorter sessions, and, you know, it's probably a good idea as well. Okay, so Bren has already kind of moved towards this. We'll probably not do 2 streams from next week onward. Okay, so 5 a day. Cut down to 1 6-hour stream. Okay, yeah. It seems a little bit better, yeah. Because the thing is that you might even be more efficient when you do like just shorter sessions, and you're like, you have more energy, you're mentally just more like there. Like in general, you know, like if you do anything like 16 hours a day, you will probably just not be as efficient as if you can do like 2 days, 8 hours a day. That's just, you know, going to be true for almost anything. Especially like something where the execution is this precise. Elcon is doing long days though. Elcon has been probably playing since I started this stream. So yeah, we'll see. You have a very nice calm attitude when casting. It's very pleasurable to listen to, especially late in the night like it is in my country. It is late in the night in my country as well. Glad to hear that. Glad you're enjoying. Yeah, also like there's the learning aspect, right? You're not just executing these strategies, you're also learning them. So like you have to take some rest, you have to sleep. You have to mentally reset at some point, right? It's not sustainable to do like a completely ridiculous grind for like 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Who knows how long this goes. Yeah, not sure, Casper. Right now, I'm gonna guess that it's gonna be like more than 15 days. Hard to say exactly how much more. Depends on the later floors. Bren generally streams... Bren is in Australia, so usually streams... well, starts, you know, around these hours, I guess. I think that's usually the case. If you want to catch those. Generally, I'm asleep when Bren is grinding. Could be, honestly, when we also count for the fact that as the grind gets longer, you also need more off days. You need to do something else, you know? You can't, like, just keep it up all the way through. It could even go to the second month. It could go to the 5th week or something like this. And yeah, Hazard and Skandiar both are playing something called Mini RPG of the Week this weekend, which is a LAN tournament for them. So I'm not sure how many days off they will take, but it's probably gonna slow down the progress this weekend. We'll see though, like Elcon currently, the top guy, together with Bren. Does the difficulty scale with height? So we know one thing. The mappers have revealed one aspect of it. So we're on floor 6 right now, and after this we have floor 7. Floor 7 has, like, you know, plastic bounces and some pretty difficult water tricks that no one is consistent on. The plastic upside down quarter pipe jump. It has all kinds of stuff. It's very diverse level, and we still see so many runs fail there. Elcon is just getting closer to that point. So, in map testing, that floor, floor 7, was rated as like a 5 out of 10, 6 out of 10. Apparently, floor 16, which is the highest floor... Oh, Elcon should be able to say this. Floor 16, the highest floor, the very final one, the one that you need to do all 15 floors, or 16 if we count floor 0, before you even get there. Apparently, the difficulty rating is 9.5 out of 10. So... Elcon a little bit lucky. Lands it. There could have been some cooking. Oh wait, Jumper, is your floor technically the highest one? What is the sparkling part, actually? So your floor is the last one. Okay, this guy right here. So, Sparkling is responsible for the very final jump? Okay, Sparkling just the final jump, and Jumper with the final floor. Okay. Alright, yeah. Well... we'll see Jumper's contribution then. will practice maps be released before someone finishes? So there's already been. So welcome. That's it. There's already 0 to 2. So 0, 1, and 2 are already released, but these guys are so good at it that it doesn't really change the top competition. I guess at some point, when the competition keeps going, oh, so close. Recovery? We'll get to the quarter pipe. Elcon, for once, a bit lucky here. Usually Elcon gets the unluckiest mistakes here, but this looks good. We'll be able to recover, just needs to go back to the end of floor 6. Yeah, 0, 1, and 2 have been released as separate, like, segments, so you can practice floor 2 individually if you wish. But the issue is that the mappers will choose when to release those. There's no, like, set date to release them, so it might be that, like, we will not see another practice map in, like, a week. So the progress, I think, will still slow down quite a bit. Let's see then. Elcon, second try. Favorite moment of the competition so far? I mean, it has to be Hazard's 3-hour run. That was kind of ridiculous. The run that never ended. Falling down 1 floor, 2 floors, getting back up, falling down 4 floors, getting back up. Crazy. Needs to be said that the 1 to 10 scale was used within the floors we rated, so 10 is literally just hardest out of 16. Yeah, okay, alright, sure, yeah. Fair enough. But it still tells, you know, it still does tell you that it's the hardest floor at the very end, right? So that's something. So maybe it's not like, you know, double the difficulty of this, but it's still the hardest floor at the very end. So, okay, fair enough. Good clarification. Elcon once again off. It's gonna be a savable flip. Is it dead? That's unfortunate. I don't think it's gonna flip. Elcon has had so many of these, unfortunately. But has also picked up the consistency today, honestly. Like, Elcon's attempts are making it more and more to floor 7, and even more to floor 9. So, it's looking really good for Elcon right now, compared to, like, 2 days ago when the consistency wasn't really there yet. Elcon just needs Hazard's level of luck. I mean, Hazard has had 2 types of saves. The one type is a save that no one else can do. Like, completely ridiculous turtle saves. It's crazy what the man can do. But also, Hazard has been kind of fortunate sometimes. So it's like the 2 very opposite sides. Course. Clips has to line up again. Elcon might be the first to finish 10 simply because Elcon is so good at ice. Like, Elcon one-shot the level all the way through the ice pin, which is super impressive. Of course, Elcon had the sort of privilege of being able to check what Hazard and Bren had done, so the strats were there, but still, it's like Elcon was very, very good at that. Yeah, the mappers were forbidden, as far as I know, of using magnets and reactors. And bumpers, I guess, as well? there's a lot that can happen once the progression slows down, because like at this point we could kind of have said like, okay, well, you know, Mada, for example, is not on the same area, right? Mada, I think PB, we can quickly check as well. Mada's personal best is currently here, 23rd, 671, which is a really good achievement, but you know, it's half of where Brennan, Hazard, and Elcon have been, right? Just in terms of height. But the thing really is that if the progression slows... Oof, of course, bit of a scary jump. If the progression slows down enough, then anyone who's really good at like kind of like just practicing things and learning things to be very consistent can have a shot, because some people learn a little bit slower, might not have the experience of path finding these kinds of tricks too much, but when they pick up those strats, then someone like Mada will be really, really consistent. So there's definitely a chance there as well. Corch, Lens, nice. This is a PB attempt. I don't know if Corch has been through this section actually. Maybe. Yeah, of course, Mada has also been putting in less hours, that's fair. But all I'm saying is that it doesn't matter if you're currently in like the top 3 range. It doesn't necessarily matter if you are kind of lacking behind, because if the competition slows down, then someone who might have a bit more time to grind in the next week, for example, might still be able to catch up. That's what I mean. Corch goes for the lineup. Looks pretty good. Is it gonna hit the wall? Oh, barely. But maybe no. Similar to Elcon. Looks pretty bad. This is such a punishing section. Corch might be waiting still for the car to fall off and hope for something. Oh, unfortunate though. Good try. You go on the server too. Virtual is definitely not out. Who is saying that Virtual is out? Virtual is in like top 5 in progression right now. Oh, Hugo, clean landing, will be able to recover. Does this game cost money? It has a subscription of $20 a year. But if you subscribe once, you can keep a lot of the content that you unlock. So it's a little bit of this kind of a system. You can try it out for free. The developers sometimes say that it's a free-to-play game. That's not really true. You can essentially try like a demo version for free. So... But you can give it a shot, you know, see if you enjoy it. Try out about half of the official campaign current. Hugo, oh, the icy wheels. That's a tricky save to do because of the icy wheels for sure. Or the wet wheels, actually. Not easy. Back to the ground we go. Elcon, taking a break it seems. Has been putting in so much time, honestly. We have Matt. Matt climbing. Excellent car skin. Bit of nightmare fuel, but... I think Matt has been pretty high as well. 711 meters. It is not bad at all. What do you think of the 20 euro yearly instead of the 10 euro that it was before? I mean, previously there were two different versions. One of them was standard edition, and it had a little bit less stuff than the club edition, which was more expensive. So, so they kind of like combined the two tiers. The standard version used to be 10 euros, and then there were two ways to buy the club edition. One was that you would buy it for 3 years, which would cost 20 euros a year, so 60 total. Or you would buy it for 1 year, which was 30 euros. So they kind of took the 30 euro and the 10 euro price, and they met it in the middle for 20 euros, but you can still get everything that you previously got with the club edition. I think it's a good change in the sense that it's just clearer, because like otherwise it's just so confusing, right? So I like that there's only one way to buy the game. Or subscribe to the game, but you know. Public server, outside of these players that are already playing here, probably hasn't honestly gotten too far. Our best players are going to be on this server. $24-year, like for me, for example, is definitely worth it. So much content. So many custom maps. Like, you know, this is not the only one. There's like hundreds of thousands of maps you can play. Probably, maybe at least, you know, 100,000 plus. I'm not really sure how many exactly. Matt, unfortunate. We're entering these late hours here. A bit hard to get those runs going. Semifying has been making good progress too. Highest player that isn't on the server is on 21st place. That's still pretty good actually. Can streamers join this server at this point? Yeah, like you can definitely start playing the map right now, and like the only thing is that you have to apply through a whitelist process to this server, so that's the one thing. But yeah, you can absolutely apply still. Hi, Moss. Sami, 3rd floor. Doing pretty nicely. But probably would like to get to floor 6 right now. That's gonna be the next achievement. What's your thoughts on later floors just by cam 7ing around? I actually haven't. I'm kind of keeping it secret, or not really a secret, but you know, I'm sort of keeping it as a surprise. So I'm discovering everything together with the players. And I know that, you know, the players have cam 7. At least I think Hazard has looked through the map with cam 7. So, you know, some of the players have some idea probably, but I think some of them are very new and will kind of just go with the flow and reach the new part, and then it's like, okay, what is this? So I'm kind of having that experience as well. I don't really know the whitelist requirements. I'm not part of that crew, so I'm not sure how it exactly works. If you play on a private server and stream it, are you still in on the race, or does it have to be on one of those official servers? You can play in solo. The only rule about that is that the full run that you complete when you finish the map, the full run has to be streamed in its entirety. That is the rule. So you can be playing in solo, you don't need to play on the server, but you do need to stream your full final run to be eligible for the prize pool. I do believe that the mappers, I actually don't know, were there some other players building the scenery? the decoration. Okay, Spec has built the floor gang scenery, so that much we know, you know? That is something, yeah? So the floor gang here, that is by Spec, but Spec also participating in this floor zero, I think, in general. I mean, I guess it's just the scenery, maybe. Otherwise, I do think the scenery is built by the same people that built the map. Let's check in with Sammy again. Going. Floor 4, beginning here. Yeah, the leaderboards work through the Deep Dip 2 plugin, Dips++. Who built the stadium? That's a good question. Who did build it? Could be an interesting rabbit hole through Nadio developer history. Who built the original stadium in Trackmania Nations? You built it. Okay, mystery solved. Prof Bum here built it. Everyone can go home. Were the floors built separately and some stitched up everything? Or not? Well, the mapping competition floors definitely were built separately. So, how it was done is they had a set starting position, and then in a half circle they had a higher set end position, and you needed to build like within that area, and you could do just about what you want. But it's like a set sort of like half a circle that spirals upwards that you needed to build in. I mean, maybe getting still some experience on this quarterpipe jump. It's kind of funny how this quarterpipe jump, we don't really talk about it at all, but it hasn't gotten any easier. You still need to do it on every single run, and you have to be able to get this to get to the next section, but players are getting so much better at it. Sammy gets it nicely. Well done. Do not play Deep Dip to give others a chance before you finish it in one try? Yes, that's the plan. I'm spectating everybody 10 hours a day, and then I know everything. I'm like galaxy brain at that point, and I will just one-shot the entire map. That's my plan. The map is basically in a spiral, yes. It's kind of hard to see the spiral, but if you look closely here, you can see that floor 3 is on one side of the map, and floor 4 here, and then floor 6 on mainly this side of the map. This side, you know? And then floor 7, again here. So they only occupy like half of the horizontal space, and they go in a spiral. It is a really nice design. As a mapper myself, I appreciate the planning that went into this. It seems to be very smart. You think console will have free camera soon? I have no idea. I don't know why they don't have it already, honestly. But there's probably some technical reason, maybe. Is there any chance that the map is first completed by some non-streamers? No. If you put in the potentially hundreds of hours into this map, to be able to, you know, complete it... Oh yeah, Hugo falling, unfortunately. If you put in so much time and effort into this map, that you will be among the first 3 to finish it, you will for sure stream. Now there's one player who is a bit of a wild card, and that is Korsh. Korsh has been getting to floor 7, but Korsh has a problem, and that is that Korsh's internet is not good enough to stream. Now what I heard though is that Korsh did do a test stream, maybe with like mobile internet yesterday, and I guess it was okay. So there could still be a solution if Korsh is getting like further. So hopefully, let's hope that that can happen, because it's a very promising player at the end of the day. So looking, I'm gonna follow that as much as I can as well. I mean, yeah, I guess depends how you define a streamer. Like, do you mean someone who's full-time streaming? Yeah, it's definitely possible that someone who's not a full-time streamer will win. But, you know, someone who is not streaming the competition will not win the competition. Sammy, a little bit too high there. Unfortunate. Would you want to be a part of something like this, mapping yourself? I mean, sure. Maybe for Deep Dip 3, if they have another... if they have Deep Dip 3, and if they have another mapping competition for them. Maybe I'll send something in. I rarely build something like this. This is not really my main style, so I would need to probably, you know, learn a little bit and figure out what I want to build, Matt. It's a little bit of a tough time for our players on the server. It's a little bit rough. Still good players though. Hugo. Let's see how this is going. Hugo has been getting a personal best today. 700 meters, not too bad at all. Simo has been doing really well too, that's true. Getting to floor 8 now. So the rules state the rules state that you have to stream the full run in its entirety, and you know, someone else cannot stream for you. So it seems to be like pretty strict ruling in that sense. So it seems like courses only well, I mean, I don't know, maybe they can make some like compromise or something later, but as the rules state right now, course needs to stream the run in its entirety. That's what it's gonna be. Are you the SB Villa from the map pack a few months back? If you mean a year ago, then yes. I made the campaign last spring. Exactly a year ago, roughly. Like, very close. Now you have to stream it no matter where you play. I have to do it. Technically, if someone streams Corch POV whole run, it could work out. I felt like there was this exact question at some point, and then the answer was that it wouldn't work, but maybe there's a new answer. Or I misunderstood. Maybe, site. Final run can be anywhere. It can be in solo, it can be on the public server or this server, as long as it's streamed. It is kind of interesting to see these early floors. It's not something that we watch too often, honestly. A lot of the time, there's someone, you know, on like floor 5 or more. But then occasionally there are these cases where, okay, everybody's here. And then you kind of remember like, oh, hold on, this stuff isn't that easy either. Have you guys seen the run, the segmented run of this floor, by the way? Because the floor 2 segment has been built. And one of the mappers... Oh, this is not the correct segment. One of the mappers of the project, Kubas, has some strategies here. So this is the segmented record right now. It's, yeah, a little bit of different strategies than what you see these guys do on the server. Just vibing. Chaining. Bug slide. Going in. Clipping the landing gets a better uphill here. And just going in, no setup, who cares, and look at this. Is this Taz? Kinda looks like one, look at this. What is he doing? This is like the only thing that could be improved, the plastic landing there. This is kind of ridiculous already. Good run. Yeah, Voltigord is free. Just do it faster. This is our floor 15 mapper. And if you're not scared yet, you probably should be. Kubas is not allowed to win. Yeah, that's true. But Kubas has built a floor. So, that's, you know, something to consider. Carl actually, no, hasn't got the turtle color here, but oh well, have it. Back to floor 4. Why are you not on the leaderboard? Because I've only been watching people play. That is my role for this competition that I've taken. You know how many people are seriously trying to beat DD2 the last few days? Well, it's hard to say. Like, who's actually looking to win? Right now, I think there's at least like 15 people putting in like more than 5 hours every day. Can you show floor 15? Unfortunately, we're kind of discovering the floors with the players, so we might need to wait a little bit for 15. But here's the thing, we likely wouldn't even know what was happening there, because I've heard from some like experienced players. Some experienced players have looked with the free camera through the higher floors, and they're like, okay, well, I tried to kind of see what's there. I have no idea what's happening though. And I think we just need to wait. I think we need to wait for a car to reach the point, and maybe then we can get some clarity. Well, we'll see. What is your stream planning? Hold on. What is your stream planning? Because it's kind of nice to have this overview, so I'm planning to come again. You're welcome to do so. I'm going to be streaming from 5 p.m. Central European onwards, which means that the next stream is in about what is it? 16 hours? How about back to the floor? Right now it's 2 a.m. in Central European, roughly. On my Discord, if you want, you can get notifications though for stream. Maybe Hugo can get a run together here. Would be cool to see maybe a PB attempt. But of course it's hard to just demand that from the players. Can't really just say like, oh, you there, get a PB. It's not how the map works. Though I haven't tried, to be fair. And I haven't actually given it a shot. That's how you do it with virtual? Yeah, I can imagine. It's the people joining the stream like, still haven't finished this map? What's happening? Must be the biggest grind ever in Trackmania. In terms of just trying to finish the map one time, like, it's the biggest of its kind for sure, as like this kind of a community grind. It's early to say though. There's been some maps that have been very difficult to finish. I believe that I could be completely wrong, but we have some khaki historians here, so I will be corrected very quickly. I believe that the first finish on, for example, Khaki Reloaded 290, which was from last year, one of the hardest, well, the hardest map of the season, that wasn't finished during the season, and the season is a month long. So I believe that the first player to finish Khaki Reloaded 290 had like 110 hours on the map. By the way, that's like a 20-second map. Like maybe 25 seconds or so. So this map will probably take more than that, but you know, just for perspective, these guys aren't new to this kind of stuff. But the double Uber bug one? Okay, I'll just show it since I brought it up. Oh, okay. Uber will get recovery here. Real quick. Real quick. Okay, so was it Asphalt actually? Asphalt got the first finish, no? I feel like this was the like 100+ hour grind. So this is like a... This map is just... It's a Trackmania map. I don't really know what to say about it. It's... It's not over yet. It's barely begun. I don't know what to say. Like, I can't really tell you how difficult this is. It's a double flag bounce, and it's just like... I don't know why this exists. That's all. So that one, pretty big grind. How is that validated? It is legitimately validated. I think it was like 60 to 80 hours validation. Which is only fair. You build something like that and you have to spend dozens of hours finishing it. Only fair. The builder of that map actually is a very good mapper. I like the normal maps from Cusco, but god damn, this double flag bounce map. It's also by Tress, right? So, duo project even. Maybe we're gonna have a triple flag bounce next year, or this year. Maybe. Let's see. And then in terms of, if we talk about like grinds for like world records and such, if we kind of talk about like full grinds, there's been some big ones, like Mada on Deep Fear, how many hundreds of hours is that? Like 600, 700? And then there's also been like the AO1 hunts, like 400 hours and such from some players. So these guys are not new to these kinds of grinds, but it is a bit different because the grind ends when you first finish the map, which is sort of special. I can sort of relate as well. My longest grind as a speedrunner in a game called Shootmania, which is a very similar game to Trackmania, but like it's from the same developer. It's an FPS game, so obviously it's different, but you can also build maps there. It's a very similar map editor, and there's a lot of like the sort of a lot of things are similar, even though the gameplay is completely different. But overall, like, you know, in the sense that you have checkpoints, you have a start, finish line, and you need to take checkpoints, and you speedrun it like that, and stuff like this. So, yeah, my longest grind in Shootmania was also like 700 hours for World Record. Or for like a specific time on the World Record. It was actually a sub 10 grind as well. So, pretty similar to the Deep Fear as well. And my second longest grind was like 400. Maybe a bit more, 500. So I can kind of relate to this kind of an experience. I know how rough it is mentally, because there will be a point that these players reach when they're not making progress. And some might already have reached it. This is a cool strat, yeah, if you haven't seen this. Matt, line it up across the turbo, you can have enough speed to make it. So more and more people are starting to do this. Actually, I think most players who I've seen today have been doing this strategy. Oh no, jumper, come on. How khaki is floor 16 exactly? But yeah, what was I saying? So, there's gonna be a point where your progression will essentially just stop. You will not get a PB one day, maybe for 2 days, 3 days, a week. So, when you're not making any progress at all, that's gonna be sort of the test mentally. Matt, lives it. Nice line. Like, when I was grinding the 700-hour grind, most of my days were like 5 hours of playing or so. So how it went was, the map is 10 minutes, right? There's an important segment in the beginning that is very difficult to get through, meaning that I would play 5 hours a day, I would get past the 2-minute mark one time, and I would fail the run like in the first half of the map. There would be times when I wouldn't see the second half of that 10-minute map for like a week. And at that point, like, you really start questioning, like, okay, can I actually do this? And these guys, they will be asking that question of themselves as well. It's going to happen. The question is, like, if it's going to affect them or not. That's gonna be the main question. Matt with the turtle, instant restart. Unfortunate. So yeah, it's gonna be a big mental battle at some point. Yo, happy birthday, Bun. Have a good one. Can you show us the run? Well, it's 10 minutes long. So, but if you want to watch it, exclamation point, sub 10, sub 10. There it is. That's the run. It's a pretty old run at this point, actually. Almost 5 years. Alright. First time I tuned in today, how was the progression? So, here's an overview of what has happened today. In the European afternoon hours, Bren made it to floor 10 multiple times. Many times. And Bren was able to get past the ice spin. So we are getting already in the afternoon today. We were already getting towards the final parts of floor 10. But Bren failed the last jump. I can really quickly show. Failed the last jump. Here. So here, floor 10 starts. Bren made it all the way through these parts. Through here, isolating up on the pipe, jumping up, getting speed, landing in water, going up the snow, around, taking speed, up the snow, around here, on the pipe, up, around the pipe, to the pool, and then the ice spin. Hazard hasn't made it past the ice spin. So we're still waiting for Hazard to get this down, but Bren was able to do it. Jumping up, landing it, sliding up, getting to this dirt block. But Bren was not able to land this jump here. Later, Elcon tonight was also able to get to the ice spin, nailed it, went up, fell down here. Elcon gets here a second time, gets through the ice spin again, lands it, and this time manages to dodge the gap here, and then goes over, goes up, and lands here. Elcon barely failing this jump as well. What's left on floor 10 is this double half pipe thing, of which one part is ice and the other is plastic. We don't know what the hell is going on. Can have some guesses, like maybe you take some speed here, maybe then you go back, maybe then you jump up here, and maybe then you take some speed through the hole, bounce from this thing, backwards, land here, then avoid the hole. This should be the beginning of floor 11, and if not, I'm gonna cry. But I think it is. The style looks very different here, so it's gonna be floor 11, most likely. But what is happening here, I don't know. Are we even gonna get through this in like the next 4 days? Who knows? Really, I don't know what's happening here. I'm not sure what I'm looking at. But that is where we are right now. Now, Lars was also able to get to floor 10 today, but didn't get very far. Didn't get too far just yet. Virtual also personal best to the ending of floor 9, but not quite yet to floor 10. Is there any save mechanic? A good question, actually. Is there anything you can drop down to if you don't get this? I'm gonna say that it looks pretty grim. Yeah. I mean, there's chances, you know, it's possible. Maybe you can land here if you get lucky. But I don't know. I mean, there's the duck pool, I guess, if you miss the something. I don't know. It looks pretty hard. Some weird plastic bounces maybe from here. It's... I don't know. Oh, Hugo. Back to floor 5 though. Has done this before, apparently. Floor 10, yeah, you can drop to the very center of the map, so it seems very punishing. Wall hug, oh, a little bit off. Is it enough speed? Yeah. You're liking your commentary on all the info. I have basically only been watching virtual, so this is a nice switch up. Yeah, it's also... Some of these guys are not always streaming, so it's good that we're following some of the runs that they're getting. Glad to hear that it's useful. It does tell something that we're looking at the fall more than the routes, yeah. Oh, Hugo. Going a bit too fast, I think. I actually don't know if the trailer tricks are on the map at all. They could all be something else. It's an interesting question. It's been a while since I watched the trailer. I don't know if there's been anything there that has been confirmed to be on the map yet. Maybe they kind of made some fake things, you know? Maybe they used some like unused tricks. The tricks in the final trailer are 90% troll. Okay. Rewatch it. Okay, can you link maybe? A lot of recovery roads? Oh. You got ads? That's strange. I should only have pre-rolls on. But there you go. Okay, let's see now. Hugo actually getting to the end of floor 5. Back to 6. Trailer, thank you. Okay, let's check the... Let's check this one. If Hugo can get a bit further. This jump is doable with 2 wheels only. I wonder if Hugo knows. Should I tell? Should I do caster manipulation? Is it fair? Okay. Well, okay, I'm taking responsibility. I'm just, you know, let's hope that I'm okay. Oh no. No, it's true. It's true. I've seen it. I've seen it before, I promise. By 2 people. Okay, to be fair, I think there might be some, like, something more to it. I don't know if there was a recovery there anyway, but there might have not been anything you can do in that situation. I've seen a couple players try to save it, but it seems very tricky. No. Okay, I'll take some responsibility. I think when you have 2 side wheels off, like, it's pretty rough. But okay, we can check the trailer. Elcon is going again, yeah. Okay. Do we spot any sections? We can quickly check. So here's the trailer, yeah? Start line, I think it's the same. Is this floor 9? Looks kind of similar, but I don't know. It's a little bit... It's not really... What is the turbo here? I don't think the turbo should be there. Like, which part is this? Because this looks like the beginning... Oh, yeah. Okay, so there's no wall there, right? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so I was looking at, like, there's, like, a solid wall there, but it's just the ceiling. Yeah. This is floor 9. So the road is just below this thing here. True? Okay. Start line. Okay, floor 0. This looks same. Floor 3. Driving floor 3 backwards. This is actually just driving the ice part backwards, yeah? This is the recovery way towards the floor 4 first quarter pipe. What even is this? This is some weird level 7. Yeah, this, I don't even know what this is. This is on floor 7, some complete, like, non-section. I don't even think this is a recovery. It's like, this is the speed slide part, backward part. And this is just some random jump dev route. Okay, what even is this, dude? This is not any route. Huh? What are we doing? What is this? This is on floor 5, but that is absolutely not the way you go. Okay, this one, I don't know either. This one as well, this is a recover way on floor 9. Yeah, they probably avoided spoilers doing like recovery paths and such. But this is an actual trick. No, oh wow, okay, it's not the right landing. This is not where you land. You land in the hole below, right? Not on the ceiling. Yeah, floor 1, going backwards on a recovery route tube. Uh-huh. This one we don't know, but I'm assuming this looks like floor 11. And the higher floors, yeah, there's probably nothing to spoil in here. That backwards part, I'm gonna guess, is not backward at all. Yeah, this pipe as well. This is floor 10 pipe, driving it backwards. There's no way that these are any of the tricks at all. Okay. It is clever though. Final jump. I'm gonna guess that the final jump also doesn't look like this. Maybe this is not even the finish line. All the way down. I guess that's probably it for the... Yeah, that's it for the sections. That is kind of funny though. Hadn't realized. There's another trailer thing with actual tricks. Oh yeah, but it's kind of cool that there's this kind of thinking about it, like really not spoiling anything at all. Still kind of looked like legit tricks though. It didn't really look like it was full trolling. How do several mappers work on the same map? So what you can do is you can select a group of blocks and you can save that as like a file, and then you can add that, it's called a macro block. You can add the macro blocks together in the same map afterwards. We have a bit of different schedules with Janik, which I think is good. I think it's nice that people are casting on different hours of the day. Oh, I'll go on too slow. Just pass the map around after finishing separate floors. I mean, that's what we did on Threat of Ariadne as well, honestly. Macro blocks are not really perfect, so Yeah. At some point you will just do that. Bren and Elcon are tied for the second last jump on floor 10, and then we have Hazard, who is still trying to do the ice spin, about 3 jumps behind, or 3 tricks behind. Fourth and fifth right now. Lars has made it today to floor 10 as well, not too long ago. And then we have Virtual also reaching the final parts of floor 9, but not quite floor 10. So it's a bit misleading because you kind of look at the 1000-meter height, but the thing about floor 9 is that the very final parts of floor 9 are at the same height as floor 10. Happy that you're casting because I want to watch Elcon or Carl, but none of them stream. Oh, Elcon in the stream as well? Yeah, Carl is currently turtled. So probably not on the computer anymore either. Just on the server like this. Will there be more like these events in the future? I guess it depends on the crew. Elcon, unfortunately. Some kind of a save for 1 recovery? No, probably not. So yeah, it's a huge amount of time that you need to spend building something like this. But I mean, this event is already a huge success, so maybe, as long as the main organizers of a project like this are motivated, usually there will be something similar. Deep Deep 1, I think, was it 2 years ago? Yeah, 1.5 years ago. We don't know about the practice floors yet. From what I know, at least. I haven't heard anything about any new releases, but what they have written down is that there's no like set schedule to release the practice floors. Essentially, they will just have like a feeling like, okay, now it's the time to release the next one. Tough start for Alcon. Sano? Oh, this looks like a dead turtle. Looks kind of tricky. Probably savable, but you need to go a little bit further back. Tricky. It's just that it's kind of like a downhill weird situation. I think it's doable, but maybe needs to go a little bit further back, kind of risk it more. Uh, 0 to 2 have been released from the floors. 0, 1, and 2. I think someone just needs to go further back, honestly. Yeah, like this. Needs to push it a bit. Tough times. Oh. Now a little bit more. Maybe. Come on. A little bit more. No. No. Oh, there we go. Patience pays off. Well done. Excellent work. Yeah, floor 0 I guess is just for hunting purposes. Not really something you need to practice separately. Love the plugin voice and all the variants. Yeah, in Spectator we unfortunately can't hear the voice lines that these players can hear. Sounds good, sight. Hi, Averios. Sammy. One of the trickiest jumps on these early floors. This dirt wall ride. Still not getting too much easier, honestly. Like, it's easy to forget that these things even exist. Because we have these guys go to, like, floor 5. I feel like floor 5 is sort of what floor 2 was 3 days or 4 days ago. Where we just kind of, like... We're just expecting players to make it through those parts. But, like, the more you climb, the more stuff you need to do on every run, so... Really not that easy. No, you're switching between the players constantly, but have you thought about opening their streams too? I feel weird about it, just taking someone's stream and putting it on mine, so I'm only following on the server for now. If someone gets on like a wall record run and is not on the server, then in that case I would probably check it, yeah, but otherwise, probably not. Granati, yeah, Granati is one storyline for sure. Granati didn't play for 3 days. So day 1, 2, and 3, Granati skipped. And then started playing... has played 3 sessions so far, maybe 4, I'm not 100%. But has already reached floor 7. This is not quite floor 8 yet, but that is really, really solid progress. Has probably, like, you know, half of the playtime of some of these top guys, but already getting floor 7. So Granadi might be something to watch as well. It's gonna be interesting to see Granadi get to, like, the turtle part on floor 8 and such. I'm not really sure how that's gonna work. But I'm hearing that Granadi will turtle with the keyboard instead of the wheel that he usually plays with. So that could work. Of course, the benefit is that you have the strats figured out, right? People have understood what to do, so you don't need to do the trial and error of trying to figure out what to do. So that's kind of the benefit of starting a bit later, but at the same time, still really solid, because some players did start on day 1 and haven't been to floor 7 yet, so... It's still very impressive. Oof, Sammy. Oh, not even landing on the bobsleigh. Unfortunate. Well, on a bobsleigh, but not the better one. it is really super cool to see that our players that are not maybe normally used to this kind of a map style, like Carl Jr., are still like really trying the map, right? Like Carl Jr. has been playing every day as well, as far as I know. So it's looking super interesting. You think Virtual will take the lead at some point? Definitely possible. Virtual is pretty good on ice, like very good on ice even. So it's possible that Virtual, once he gets to floor 10, will pick that stuff up pretty quickly as well. Did you eat anything in the stream? I ate before and I'll eat after. I'll probably call it a day sometime soon, but I want to follow Elcon on this session a little bit more. Virtual great day today. Definitely, yeah. Good progress. How do you rate gameplay, creativity, and ideas compared to DD1? I feel like overall, I'm not really 100% on this, but I feel like the floors feel more thematic, which is really cool. They seem like they're like actually different levels, right? Which I think seems really nice. Like for example, this idea here, the fully tilted level that is like a little bit downhill all the time. I think that's super cool, but I don't really know if that's like a huge difference. I just feel the themes maybe a bit more than I did on that map, but it's also been a while since I played or saw Deep Deep 1, so not really sure about it. Elcon here, by the way, is our current World Record holder, tied with Bren. Has reached the very end parts of floor 10. So, Elcon has been kind of making some really good progress on some days, and not really making much progress on others. Today has been a really good day for Elcon, though. Has been playing the entire time as well. How long did it take for people to realize you don't need to bonk the glass on that half-pipe jump on floor 4? Not too long. It was figured out, I think, on the same day, ultimately. Like, Elcon found it out pretty quickly, and Scandier also. Scandier was trying it out but couldn't get it to work. I think the difference there was not that people didn't know that it was a strategy, but rather the fact that it just felt easier, even if it was a little bit lucky, it felt easier at that time to go for the less consistent strat. So we're talking about this quarter-pipe jump here. So people initially were going here, bouncing on the glass, and then hoping that the car somehow rolls on the quarter-pipe. Whereas now they're doing like a clean, wider line, jumping and landing clean onto the next quarter-pipe. So I think the problem there was that it was just harder. It was harder to do the clean lineup. So even if you needed to rely on luck to do the wall bounce, the glass bounce, it was still easier in a way. Like, it was easier to execute, even if it's less consistent. But now that players have had so much time on these earlier floors, it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna learn the more consistent strategy. So then they start doing the clean line, right? I think that's kind of what has happened here. And I feel like some things on floor 5 might be similar, because there's like 2 different strategies that you can do on some of these sections. Elcon, for example, was going for like a dry wheel approach here, but now has also started doing like a wet wheel approach on this part. Actually, Elcon also going for the safer way, maybe? No? Not going for it. So there's a way to line yourself up against the wall behind the turbo, and then just go from there. Elcon seems to be still doing the double turbo. The old strategy. Oh, I don't know. I mean, if he was going for the new setup, then it wouldn't make sense to go back to the pool. And yeah, Elcon is doing the grass uphill. Ooh, is this gonna work? It's pretty close to the wall. Oh. Bit of a risky attempt from Elcon. It has to be more into the curve. Not lucky. Not lucky this time. But yeah, Granadi was also doing the grass uphill with the wet wheels, with the clean line. I guess it's maybe easier to do on wheel. Elcon, with the good nights, will jump out, I guess, is done for the day. I mean, it's understandable. It's been a long session for Elcon. And, well, with that, I feel like maybe we are gonna be done as well. Not too many, like, top contenders on the server anymore. Not too many people on the server at all anymore. So I think we could maybe call it a day. It's been a good 9.5 hour stream today. So I think we might get ready for tomorrow's grind. Hopefully having Hazard, Elcon, some others well rested. Actually, we might not have Hazard tomorrow, because Hazard and Skandir have a LAN. They have a LAN competition that they're playing this weekend. I'm not sure if they're already skipping tomorrow to get to the LAN. But yeah, we might have a bit of a break day for one of our best players, and Skandir also, who has been to floor 8 at least. So that